Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Friday, May 22nd, 2026. This is a show on which you can participate. I have a phone number on my background, 657-233-0878. If you would like to debate or discuss any philosophical topics, I have staked out my positions on a great number of issues. On my background, I have sorted many things into categories of good and bad. So maybe you disagree with something back there and would like to have a discussion about it. If so, I invite you to join in, call in, and we can have a civil chat about it. There's also a Zoom link pinned, or not pinned, included in my description under the video. That's another way you can call the show through Zoom. Or you can also just engage in the chat on YouTube. I do want to encourage super chats. I want to make some money at this show and have it become self-sustaining. So I am going to start a super chat goal right now. And I will set it to any amount will count towards the goal. As usual, set it for 3 hours. Okay, I've just started a super chat goal. So if you want to support the show financially, that is one way you can do so. You could submit a super chat, and that way you will benefit by having priority given to your chat. Often there are more chats than I am able to read or deal with, but if you put some dollars on your chat, or some euros or pounds, whatever your currency is, then I will give your chat priority. You can also do super stickers or become a Patreon or PayPal contributor. I have links to my Patreon and PayPal in my description. I announced this show later than I usually do. I was pretty busy yesterday and this morning, and typically I put out an announcement for the show the day before. At least the last several shows, I think that's what I've done, but I wasn't sure I was going to be able to do a show today until just an hour or two before it started. So it was a later announcement than usual, and maybe that's why it's a little slower than usual for people showing up. Objective Ethics just did a super chat. Thank you. Let me give that a heart. He says, good luck with the show today. I will listen while I get ready for work. All right. I appreciate that. Objective Ethics. He has been in the chat many times. He's done many super chats. He has his own YouTube channel. He also does debates and discussions, a lot about religion. So if you're interested in that, you can check out his channel at Objective Ethics. I've been on his show. He's been on my show as guests or as callers in. And I think we both like to keep it civil and respectful. So it's definitely appreciated your support there. All right, I see we've got a few more people have joined. Oh, let me give this stream a like, actually. I think now is a good time at the beginning of the stream, because then that will tell you, you'll tell YouTube tell its algorithm to start recommending this show to more people. So I just gave the show a like, and thanks for any likes that you all decide to give it. You too can help promote the show. I don't have a preset list of topics here, so the content is largely driven by you all out there listening. So you can take advantage of that. If there's some topic that you want to discuss or hear me discuss, I encourage you to mention it in the chat. And if you do it now before the chat gets really busy, I will give it priority because you'll be the first topic raiser. Well, one thing I can talk about until we start getting some chats or calls is I did a post on Facebook recently, which got a lot of engagement. Again, like a previous post I did on Facebook about abortion. And it's a syllogism. I'll share it on screen here in a minute. I'm just navigating to it. It was a syllogism. And this was... I did this post a couple days ago. And it's got... Let's see, how many views does it have now? Over 5,000 views. 5,700 views. Approximately. And 179 comments. And that's a lot of comments. So it got a lot of attention. And this follows in the wake of my previous Facebook post where I wrote, "Fetuses are not humans." I think that got even more attention than this one has, so far at least. That got a lot of attention. Fetuses are not humans. But I decided in my next Facebook post on this topic, I would justify that conclusion. I would give a kind of arguments for it. And so I created a syllogism. Syllogisms are a kind of deductive argument. Not that I think deduction is the primary type of reasoning. I don't think it is. I think deduction actually presupposes induction. But I think deduction is sometimes useful. So I'm going to show you now the syllogism. A syllogism is a short piece of reasoning, two premises followed by a conclusion. And now you can see it on my screen. So here's what it says. Humans are individuals. Fetuses are not individuals. Thus, fetuses are not humans. So that's it. Two premises followed by a conclusion. And that's a logically valid argument. If those premises are true, the conclusion necessarily follows. Some people have said in the comments, "Oh, that's an invalid syllogism." No, it's not. It's valid. Now, it's not in standard form, so it doesn't have quantifiers like all, some, or no. So to make it a completely standard form syllogism, you would have to change the language a bit and say, for instance, all humans are individuals. No fetuses are individuals. Thus, no fetuses are humans. That would be standard form categorical syllogism. But I wanted to use language that was a bit closer to natural language rather than the very stiff, regimented syllogistic language, because I thought it would be more engaging for people on Facebook. They could more readily connect with it, relate to it, think about it. But if you do put this in standard form, then it's a valid syllogism. So you can only attack it, if you want to attack it, by challenging the truth of the premises. But if the premises are granted to be true, then the conclusion necessarily follows. So it has to give it a symbolic form. It would be all A's are B's, no C's are B's, therefore no C's are A's. Yeah. All B's are C's, no C's are B's, therefore no C's are A's. That's the logical structure of it, and it follows. So, a lot of people would try to object by saying things like, fetuses are human. So human has different senses. There's an adjective sense of human. Like if I say there's a human footprint on the beach, I'm there using the term human as an adjective to describe the footprint. It's what kind of footprint? A human footprint. But the adjective sense of human is different than the noun sense of human. If I say there's a human walking on the beach, I'm talking about a thing, an entity. That's the noun sense of human. There is a human walking on the beach. But if I say that's a human footprint, that's the adjective sense of human. And a lot of people, they would say, "Oh, you don't think fetuses are human? What are they? Frogs? Hyenas? Foxes?" It's like this is some kind of gotcha. Where I think what they're doing is they're just conflating the adjective sense of human and taking advantage of the linguistic fact that there is an adjective sense of the term human, and then they're attributing to me the claim, which I'm not making here, that fetuses are not human in the adjectival sense. No, I'm using a noun here. I'm saying fetuses are not humans. Humans, that's a noun. That's a plural noun. So I think many people just rewrite or distort what I'm saying, and they try to make some hay out of that. That might have been the most common objection to this syllogism. One other point sometimes people would make is, what about conjoined twins? Now, by the way, all this is related to abortion. I think that's kind of in the background. And sometimes people would, they would sense, where am I going with this? Who cares if fetuses are not humans? Are you just trying to justify murder and abortion or something? Now, I think abortion is related to this, but it's a downstream issue. So in this post, I'm not saying anything about whether, I don't say anything at all about abortion. I don't say whether it's good or bad, whether it's moral, immoral, whether it violates rights of the fetus or not. Do fetuses even have rights? I don't get into any of that. I'm strictly addressing the metaphysical and epistemological issues of what is a fetus. Is a fetus a human being? Now, you might think whether it's a human being or not, you have a right to abort it. That's a separate argument, though. I don't get into that. I don't want to get into that in this post. I'm confining myself to the metaphysical and epistemological issues of simply what is a fetus or what isn't a fetus. And what I'm saying here, it isn't a human. That's the claim I'm focused on here. Okay. But I was talking about conjoined twins. Some people will say, okay, well, you think humans are individuals. What about conjoined twins? Are they individuals? Now, I think that might be a borderline case. Maybe in some sense they're an individual. They're physically separate from the mother after they're born, at least, whereas the fetus in the womb is not physically separate from the mother. So in that way, conjoined twins are more independent or more individuated than a fetus is. Now they're not individuated from each other, which is why I think they're a kind of borderline case. But I don't see that needs to be mentioned here in the generalization. Humans are individuals. Now you can ask, how do rights apply? If we do go to the downstream issue in ethics and politics and consider well, if only individuals have rights, do conjoined twins have rights? Well, I think it's kind of tricky how you deal with that sort of case. Like this came up in a previous live stream. Someone called in, I think, to talk about abortion. We were discussing how rights does apply to conjoined twins, and like what if one twin controls the right arm and the other controls the left arm, and the one with controlling the right arm, he punches someone in the face or stabs someone, murders somebody, and you want to hold them responsible, but they're joined, right? So do you throw the whole twin set in jail, or what? How do you deal with that? So I think the way rights applies in that sort of case can be tricky and requires some thinking to figure out. But I think it's reasonable to say, at least in general, humans are individuals, and then maybe have a separate discussion to deal with something like what might be a borderline case like conjoined twins. All right, so those might have been the most common replies I got to this, the issue about human being used as an adjective. Well, I mean, that's a point I would make in reply to someone saying, oh, are you saying fetuses aren't human? There's some other species like frogs or foxes? No, they're human in a sense. They have human DNA, but that doesn't mean they are humans in the noun sense. So that point was very common to make in the comments. And then also this point about conjoined twins, maybe that's also came up a few times. But there's a few thoughts on this syllogism. I see there was a couple more chats from Objective Ethics. Let me take a look at those, and let me share this on the screen now. But if you all want to talk about abortion or this syllogism, which doesn't even relate to abortion directly, we can definitely do that. But that's one thing I've been busy with the last couple days, because I was doing a lot of replies to other people. All right, let me read some of these chats by Objective Ethics. He says, I have been using the island analogy in order to explain the principles of objective morality. I learned how effective that can be after seeing you employ, I guess you mean, that method successfully. Thank you. Oh, okay. Appreciate that. Thanks. Yeah, I do talk a lot about island cases in the context of political discussions. I think sometimes also in ethical discussions. It looks like maybe you're using it more in an ethical context, since you talk about explaining the principles of objective morality. Sometimes I make the point that you would need ethics or morality even if you were alone on an island. And I say this as a way of illustrating my point that ethics is not essentially social. It's not essentially about how you relate to other people. Rather, it's primarily about how to make your life go good, go well. So you would need ethics even if you're alone on an island. Now, there's other things you can make, like when you start to bring other people into the picture. How should you relate to others? I like to go to very simple cases before you deal with complex societal cases dealing with a very complex history, which has gone back for decades, centuries, millennia, and you're dealing with millions or billions of people. I think that can really complicate things. So it's often easier methodologically to start with a very simple, stripped down case where you just have two people on an island and you consider how should they relate to each other. Should they deal cooperatively? Should they use coercion against each other? What's the best way for them to relate? So I'm glad if that or some element of that has been useful to you. And then you say, I love the syllogism. It is valid, but it may not be sound because individuals is doing too much heavy lifting, i.e., what about conjoined twins? Okay. Yeah, so you're making the point that a lot of people have made. And we could talk more about that. So for anyone who's not familiar with these terms valid and sound, technically what they mean. Valid means if the premises are true, then the conclusion is true. So, for instance, if I say, if Sparky is a dog and all dogs have tails, then Sparky has a tail. That's a valid syllogism. If those premises are true, if it's true that Sparky is a dog, and if it's true that all dogs have tails, then it necessarily follows that Sparky has a tail. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's sound. So what sound means is not only if the premises are true, the conclusion is also true, but also the premises are in fact true. So maybe it turns out Sparky is not a dog. Maybe Sparky is the name of a cat or a person. I happen to know at least one person a human being who goes by the name Sparky. So in that case, it would not be true that Sparky has a tail if we're talking about this particular Sparky who is a human being. But if Sparky is a dog, and if all dogs have tails, then Sparky has a tail. So when you're evaluating soundness, you're not only saying it's valid, the conclusion necessarily follows from the premises, but you're also saying the premises are in fact true. So objective ethics here is saying it is valid, but it may not be sound. So maybe it's not sound because one of the premises is false. Because maybe you wouldn't want to say it's not true that humans are individuals, or all humans at least are individuals, because you might say conjoined twins, they're humans, but they're not individuals. This is the syllogism we're talking about. I just put it back up on the screen. Yeah, so you could challenge the premises by saying the first premise is false. And I'm not sure what the best response to that is. I don't know if it should just be, if one should say, well, they are, maybe instead of saying they're humans, maybe you should say they're conjoined humans. So they're not exactly the same as what is meant here by humans. So, like if there were a great many of these conjoined twins, like maybe if twins were as numerous as dogs are in the world, then you might think they're not a subcategory of humans. They're a different sort of species. So how to classify conjoined twins, whether to say they're a subtype of humans, that is a type within the broader type that is humans, or should we say they're some other species? I mean, they have human human DNA, so you might say, well, they're not a different kind of species, but there's something significantly different between them and what is typically called a human. So that's a possible response. You might say, instead of calling them humans, they're actually conjoined humans. And therefore, maybe it's not an exception to this syllogism, because I'm not talking about them. When I say humans are individuals, but then you might think it's circular. If I say, when I say humans, I mean individuals by definition. But I guess if I were trying to prove that humans are individuals by definition, then maybe there would be some circularity. I'm not trying to do that. Here I'm using that claim as a premise. It's not a conclusion. I'm using it as a premise. So, but if someone tries to challenge it by saying, well, that premise is false, because there are such things as conjoined humans, and they're not individuals. One thing I might say, or one might say in reply is, well, actually, they're not humans. They're conjoined humans. And you might reply to that and say, well, conjoined humans are still humans. Okay, maybe that's right. In which case, you could try to salvage the first premise by saying, okay, well, they are humans, but they're not individuals. So if conjoined twins are a type of human, being, then maybe conjoined twins are not individuals. If individuals means something physically separate from its surroundings because they're attached to each other. So you might say they are humans, but they're not individuals. Or maybe they're individuals in one sense, but not in another sense. Like psychologically, they have their own identities. They have their own thoughts, their own memories. But physically, they're not individuals. So maybe they're psychological individuals, but not physical individuals. So if we get more fine-grained about this term individuals, then that makes this somewhat more complicated. And they might be partially independent, even physically. Like maybe, as I said before, maybe one controls one arm and the other controls the other arm. But maybe they share their liver. Maybe there's only one liver. So there's a lot of complexities here. But here's another idea. You could also just set aside all these complexities and say, well, let's just set aside the issue of conjoined twins. Aside from that special case, humans are individuals, and fetuses are not individuals. Thus, fetuses are not humans. Does that work? And maybe we'll have a separate discussion or a separate argument about the issue of conjoined twins. So maybe that's a little proviso or a context that you could attach to this as a footnote. I wanted something very brief here. Like, I don't expect someone to necessarily agree with the conclusion here just by reading the premises, because you can challenge the premises, or at least the first premise. Well, people challenge both premises. But I see this as a conversation starter, not like the final word on this issue. And I think it captures something important and true, and I wanted to capture that, even if there has to be further discussion, if we're going to do a larger discussion of this, like if this were not just a 3-line argument, but an entire essay or a book, you would have to get into a lot more complexities like conjoined twins. I think it's at least worth once making this very brief, condensed argument, just to get at least some of my perspective on human beings in a very succinct way, and then deal with complexities in the comments under this post or in a further discussion like we're doing right now. All right, let me come back to this chat. See, a couple new people have joined. USCIS67 and Vasilius Papadoulis. All right. Well, let me just see if there's anything else in these chats from Objective Ethics that I want to read. Okay, so then his last chats, I support personal autonomy. Let me put this back on the screen, and then I'll read the other chats. I support personal autonomy, so I am pro-choice. But a counter could be, 1, all humans are mammals. 2, all fetuses are mammalian. Therefore, C, all fetuses are humans. Is that a valid syllogism? All A's are B's. All C's are B's. Therefore, all C's are B's. I don't think that's valid. I'm imagining Euler circles. So yeah, if you there's Venn diagrams where they overlap, but there's another type of way of visually representing syllogisms where you have circles inside of circles. Like for instance, the first premise, all humans are mammals. You could represent that as, you could think of that in your mind as a small circle inside a larger circle, where humans is the smaller circle and mammals is the larger circle. So that would be a way of thinking about the first premise. And then the second premise says all fetuses are mammalian. So that would be, you could think of that, at least one way to think of that is another small circle inside of the original large circle, the mammal circle. So you have two small circles that do not overlap within a larger circle, or the two small circles are humans and fetuses. I wish I could draw this. I wonder if I can, maybe I can do this in Keynote. That's a graphics software for the Mac, and I use it sometimes for thumbnails, creating thumbnails for my videos. But I think I should also be able to just draw stuff. And if I can, let me see if I can, okay, let's try this. Okay, maybe this is, all right, I got one circle, and then let me create another circle and make it a different color. Oh, good, it's working. Okay, let me see if I can share this on the screen. Oh, that would be, okay, I guess I have to share a new source. Let me try to add a source, a video source. And oh, I guess another way I could do this is I could just save it as, no, I think that's going to be, okay, well, let me try it this way first. Capture screen capture. Nah, that's, oh, this application capture. Is that going to work? Keynote. Okay, I think this is going to work. Okay, now you can see my drawing. So imagine that blue circle. Oh, let me make this. This is a little messy. This is my first time trying this, sharing this on screen. So bear with me. Let me put some labels on it. I'll put a text. I'm going to type in the text. Blue equals mammals. And red equals humans. And then let's create another circle for fetuses. Let's do another shape. And let's make that yellow. So yellow equals fetuses. Okay. So going back to the syllogism, first premise is all humans are mammals. So we got that. All the humans are red, and they're all in the blue circle. So that shows all humans are mammals. And then objective ethics' second premise was all fetuses are mammals. So that there we got our yellow circle. Yellow represents fetuses. And that's entirely within the blue circle. So that shows all fetuses are mammals. But the conclusion says all fetuses are humans. But here, it doesn't show any overlap at all. So the conclusion, there's a way of representing the premises. All A's are B's. All A's are B's. All C's are B's. But it doesn't follow that all C's are B's. So this would be an invalid syllogism. Now you could move these things around. Like maybe there's some overlap between the red and the yellow, or maybe the yellow is entirely within the red, or maybe the red is entirely within the yellow. But we don't know any of that. The premises, they don't give us that kind of information. So as long as there's a possible way of representing this where the premises turn out to be true, but the conclusion doesn't, the conclusion turns out to be false, then it's not a valid structure. All right. I used to teach this when I was in grad school. I taught a couple courses on critical reasoning, and we did a unit on syllogisms, and we would do these kinds of diagrams. All right, let me come back to the chat, and let me move this down. Leonard Peikoff gives a really good course. He's Ayn Rand's top student, or at least for many years or decades, he was. And he gave a course called Introduction to Logic, which is free online now, I think. And I think you can get it on the Ayn Rand Institute websites, or maybe also their YouTube channel. And he goes through the syllogism, and I think it's a great course. So I definitely recommend that to people interested in learning logic. Okay. All right, let me come back to the chat. Are you genuinely a fan of Rand? Yes, I am very much a fan of Rand's. Let me share the chat again. So this is the syllogism I was just going over for anyone who joined late. Yes, I'm a big fan of Rand. What does she have over someone like Stirner? Well, I haven't read Stirner. I've only heard about Stirner secondhand, so I don't know much about him. But from what I gather, based on the reports I've heard and the little reading I've done, maybe on sources like Wikipedia. I don't know where I've read about him, but he seems like what Rand might call an irrational egoist. He doesn't. Rand upholds rational egoism, and that includes something like well, among many other things, it means following reason, not your whims, following principles, being long range about your life, not living like a brute who tramples over other people's rights. Rather, it means respecting the principle of individual rights. You're not a Nietzschean overman or Ubermensch who can morally or justifiably just disregard others, trample other people's rights. That's actually not in your self-interest. It's not egoistic. That's a self-destructive way of acting. I think Rand has a more rational approach, an approach to ethics that actually is self-interested and that actually does help you achieve your self-interest and your happiness. So I would say she's got that over someone like Stirner, at least based on what I've heard about Stirner. Okay. Israel is good. So you're asking that about my background, I guess, because I have Israel in the good category down here. I got to get good at using my finger here. It's kind of a mirrored. It's like reversed from what I'm used to. But yeah, so I put Israel there because I think it's a civilized country, relatively speaking, relative to the surrounding countries, at least, which are dictatorships or theocracies, if we're going to include Iran. I think relative to those countries, it stands out as a society that respects freedom and rights. It doesn't execute people for being gay or for engaging in adultery. You're free to, you can criticize the governments and not be thrown in jail or executed. It's a lot of startups are there, entrepreneurial, very friendly to entrepreneurialism. It's sometimes called the startup nation, and I think that's it because it respects rights, relatively speaking. It's not perfect. I don't think any country is perfect, including the U.S. It has a military draft, Israel does, and I think that's very bad. It started out as a socialist state back in 1948. And so I think it has various problems, but I think compared to other countries in the world, it's much better than many other countries. Yet it gets a lot of criticism, maybe more than any other country, or maybe the U.S. would be a rival for it in terms of being criticized. But I think often countries are criticized even though they're far superior to many other countries. And so I wanted to give some support to Israel for its virtues, despite any flaws it might have, by putting them in the good category, especially since they are attacked so much. And I think it's often smeared by people who say it's engaged in a genocide, for instance. So if Israel were maybe like France or Norway, where on the world stage it's a basically, or at least significantly free country. If it were just like those other countries, I might not put it there. But because Israel is so often attacked, whereas other countries like France and Norway are not constantly being attacked and smeared in the way Israel is, I wanted to give some special support to Israel by putting it on my background. So there's a little bit on Israel. And then you ask, why is theism bad? All right, maybe we'll get to that. I'm just looking ahead at some of these other chats. I see we got Roman Viking is here. Hello. OAFX. Hello. Mellow Mao. I saw something from Mellow Mao. Oh, here it is. Hello to you. He's a channel member. He's got a star. You too can become a channel member. You can click the join button on my channel. And for as little as 99 cents, you can get a star by your name. That signifies you're a channel member. That's a way of helping support the show. All right. See, we got a few likes on the stream. Thank you for those. And all right, let me come back to the chat. Maybe go through these a little quicker. Why is theism bad? Because I think it's false. I think it's false to believe in a God. I don't think there is evidence for a God. And I think God's qualities, like omnipotence, imply contradictions. Like if you're omnipotent and you have the power to do everything, then you have the power to make 1 + 1 = 3, but that's a contradiction. That's like saying 1 + 1 = 1 + 1 + 1. In other words, A equals non-A, and that's a contradiction. But even if you don't mean that kind of contradiction, if you mean God can work miracles, I think that, like he can part the Red Sea or turn a woman into a pillar of salt, I think that might also involve contradictions, and I don't think there can be contradictions. So that's another reason for denying God, at least if you take God to be omnipotent. By the way, I did see a chat from Objective Ethics in the last streams when I talked about a theist called in, and we were talking about whether the Bible is a reliable source compared to Wikipedia. And I said, I trust Wikipedia a lot more than I trust the Bible because it coheres with my experience much more. I don't read in Wikipedia about things like women turning into pillars of salt, which is something that happens in the Hebrew Bible. And Objective Ethics said in the chat, well, I don't know, Dan. Sometimes my wife can be a bit salty. That's kind of funny. I didn't see that chat until after the stream, though. I see a bunch of hundreds flying up here in the chat. So I guess that signals some people are agreeing with what I'm saying. All right. Well, thanks. I appreciate your 100s there. All right. Then you say humans are humans, meaning living persons, individual or not. I guess it's going back to the syllogism example. We were talking about whether fetuses are humans, whether conjoined twins are humans. All right, well, I think I'm going to keep going now and maybe speed up the rate at which I address these chats because they're starting to come in at a quicker rate. And let me also take a look at my... Oh, I see somebody has called in. If you let me know in the YouTube chat that you've called in, I'll probably notice it sooner because sometimes I forget to look at my Zoom window. But you can see on my background that there's a little notification. I just want to see if anyone has mentioned in the chat that that's them. Well, let me just look at it. Oh, that's I think that's Austin. Yeah, Austin called in a couple times before, and I think the first time he called in, we talked about abortion, and then the next time he called in, we talked about immigration, but it was at the end of my show, and we didn't have time to really get into it much I mean, we talked for like 30, 40 minutes, I think, but I had to cut the conversation short because it was getting late. So maybe he's calling back in now to talk about immigration some more. I think that's who this is. But I'm going to give priority to him because he's a caller. Sometimes I like to give priority to callers. All right, let me just make sure I got my settings correct. Let's see. Okay, I got to go to, I'll start with this window. Oh, and let me also bring up my notepad. I like to make notes sometimes when somebody calls in and share it on the screen. Okay. All right, notepad is ready to go. Let me just change the dates. And turn on his audio. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, this is Austin, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, did you want to talk about immigration or something else?
Yeah, still immigration. I wanted to continue our chat from last Sunday, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. So, audience, oh, let me make sure see when I switch scenes like that, sometimes I have to reset the audio. All right, so I think the YouTube audience should be able to hear you now, even if I switch scenes like I'm doing. So let me know, audience in YouTube land, if you have any trouble hearing him or me, or if I'm too loud or he's too loud, and then I can try to fix it. But I think we're good to go. All right, so this is Austin. He called in at the end of my last show, as I said, to talk about immigration, and we're going to continue that now. So go ahead, Austin. You can start it as you choose.
All right. So the reason that I called in initially was because some person called in, and he turned out to be a troll. But regardless, the part of the call that I reacted to went something like this. He came in and said that he doesn't understand why people would be against immigration in the United States, and that like he doesn't understand like what could possibly like motivate that. And the way that you responded was, your first answer was that it could be because of nihilism. And some of your following answers, I don't remember all of them, but they were like racism and unjustified hatred of other people. And to me, the question of immigration is whether or not the nation gets to vet who gets to come in and who gets to not come in, right? And to me, this is just a fairly commonsensical answer, and the answer is yes, right? Like any community can vet who joins and who does not join. And some communities form over a piece of land, and then they get to vet who gets to come in and who gets to not come in. This has been how it has worked for basically every single country ever. And it seems that it continues to be this way. And none of these countries have decided that like the maybe like the Randian view would be optimal for their community. And furthermore, I don't think the answer for any of these nations is nihilism. I don't think the reason that any nation wants to police its borders is because of nihilism. I don't think it's necessarily because of racism, unless the word racism extends to like basically every group of people ever, which it might. Who knows? That's basically my argument. I believe that immigration should be up to the members of the communities in question.
Okay. So on nihilism, I'm not sure about that. I was throwing out that as a possibility, but I don't know that I would necessarily want to commit to that. But one way, just to flesh that out a little, is if you see people who are ambitious and trying to make a better life for themselves, and you just want to shut that down. Like maybe you yourself are a lazy loafer and you don't want competition, and instead of working hard yourself and respecting what these other people are trying to do, come here and make a better lives for themselves, instead you just want to tear them down. I think there might be a kind of envy or maybe some nihilism there, a hatred of the good, people trying to do what's good. So that I think that is the sort of thing that was behind my comment about nihilism. But I think racism is a bit more easy to defend or less hard to defend. I think it's more clear that there is racism motivating some people, either within or without the government. Like it might not necessarily be the politicians in government who themselves are racist, but I think sometimes the politicians, they are reflecting their voting base and they play to the base. Like Trump himself, he's married to an immigrant. And maybe he's used immigrants in his hotels or various businesses. So even if he himself is not racist or anti-immigrant, I think it could still very well be the case that people in his base, like maybe a lot of MAGA people, are racist or xenophobic or anti-immigrant, and he might be pandering to them, playing to their sentiments, which are racist, even if he himself is not racist. So I think that sort of dynamic could be going on. But then getting to your other point about, well, this is just a common thing. It's how states have always handled immigration. People have a right to vet who comes into their nation or their community. This is how it's always been done. So one point on that is I think America is an exceptional country. I think a lot of the ways things have been done in history have been very bad. And if you believe in what's sometimes called American exceptionalism, you see America as a new thing in the political history of the world. I think it is for the first time, and Rand discussed this, it's the first time a country has recognized and implemented the principle and understood the principle of individual rights. Not perfectly, and slavery is the biggest imperfection as an example of how the U.S. didn't get it right, but in their founding documents, for the first time, a nation in history recognized the individual's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And yeah, this has never been done. This was a new thing. And I think it made for plausibly the best country ever. And again, not perfect, Jim Crow laws, slavery, but they got rid of those imperfections over time, as they understood better what the principle of individual rights fully entailed. And so I think the country has gotten better, at least in some respects. Now, in some respects, I think it's gotten worse over the decades. Like I think in the 20th century, for instance, with the growth of the governments and the New Deal under FDR and the so-called Great Society under LBJ, I think that's a step backwards, not forwards. But in some ways, I think we've gotten better, like getting rid of slavery, getting rid of Jim Crow laws. So I'll make that point about like the tradition of the country. And I guess finally, and we got into this some last time, I think you only have a right to decide who comes onto your own private property, but I don't think the nation or the country as a whole is properly thought of as a piece of private property. So I don't think we, in quotes, have like some collective ownership over it and get to decide who comes in, and we decide by majority vote or something. And if a majority wants to allow purple people or black people or green people or whoever to come in, then okay, well, that's allowed. And if a majority don't want that, then it can't happen. I don't think that's the way it should work in a society that promotes individual rights. Like, even if a majority votes to kill me or kill Socrates, as they did in ancient Athens, that was a democracy. I think that's wrong, and I don't think that's a proper state. A proper state should value individual rights, regardless of what mob or majority wants to overrule those rights. And I'll stop there.
Okay, I'll try to address your 4 points in sequence. I might forget one of them along the way, though. So,
okay.
Firstly, about your point on nihilism, it seems that there's a reasonable part of your argument, and then you extend it into nihilism when I see no evidence of that being the case. So what I'm talking about here is your point on nihilism in 2 parts. One, people in America, or some of the anti-immigration people in America, want to keep their jobs and lower the amount of competition for them. That is true, and I think that's reasonable. I don't think people in America need to compete with, or should have to compete with, all of the other people in the entire world, many of whom are willing to do the same job for literally like a tenth of the revenue. However, and then you extended that into, and this is the part that I thought was unreasonable, you extended that into saying that people in America who are anti-immigration want to harm these people. They want to stop these people's ambitions. Just as like a destructive impulse or instinct. And I just don't see any evidence of this being the case at all. It is only when people come over the border and into the United States do people feel protective of their things. Americans have very rarely look at successful people in other nations and be like, oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to destroy this person's life. It really seems like Americans don't have some kind of impulse to destroy other people's ambitions, unless, of course, those ambitions stretch into competing for their own jobs. Obviously, if you have a job that pays $20, let's just say $40 an hour, and it turns out that there's some guy halfway across the world who can do that job and is willing to do it for a tenth of the price, and they illegally cross the border and want to take it, then obviously you might have some kind of protective feelings about your own livelihood. So that's to address the nihilism part. The second part about racism, again, we're using a weird definition of racism here, where basically every nation and almost every group ever would have counted as racist. For example, any random Buddhist temple, I'm pretty sure they have a desire to vet their who gets to join and who gets to not, and there is going to be a racial component to that. And are they racist? Yeah, probably. But this is a sense of the word racism that just doesn't really matter to me, especially given that America seems to be one of the least racist places on the planet, objectively speaking. Yeah, I mean, if the people group of America wants to have some component of their immigration being racial, it's okay, sure. that's literally every nation ever, right? Almost every group of people ever as well. On your third point, if I remember correctly, I lost track, as I said I would, but I'm pretty sure your third point was about
how it has always worked.
Yes, how it has always worked. Oh, okay, I see why I got stuck now, because this is I'm just repeating my previous point, right? That yeah, I mean, this is how it has always worked. There's nothing like particularly special about America in this case. Oh yes, you appealed to the Constitution. I wanted to emphasize that in the Constitution, if I remember correctly, it does say that America is for the benefit of the posterity of America, right? Like, so the children of America. So it's not as if there's equal consideration given to the people of America and some random person halfway across the world, right? Like, there is a preference given, the nation is going to give a preference to the people within the nation. The community is going to give a preference to the people within the community. That's almost the definition of the word community, right? I mean, the way that you formulate how like Randian rights seems to work seems to like invalidate the concept of community itself, right? Like, obviously the community is going to have to vet and prefer the people within its own community. Does that make sense?
I don't know that it does. We can get into that more, but
Okay.
do you want to make, you had 4 points?
Oh, right. I guess this overlaps somewhat as well, but I think we have slightly different definitions of the word property. So when you think of property, you seem to think of it in terms of like a cosmic sense. Like, like if you own a piece, like if you own a pencil, then you can do whatever you want to that pencil. You can break it, you can burn it, you can do whatever, right? But like if you own a piece of property within a community, then you cannot in fact do whatever you want on that piece of property, right? Like you can't build like a giant high rise that like, you know, shadows over everybody else's properties and like blocks their view or whatever. You can't like start like burning trash in your backyard, etc. So you don't like literally own the property in the same sense that like you might own a pencil. And some places are more explicit about this than others. For example, if I remember correctly, this is Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, you literally do not own any pieces of property. Like literally nobody owns pieces of property. You just lease them. The leases last for 50 years though, which is quite a long time. So like you kind of own the property in as much as the word ownership usually applies. But yeah, I mean, I think every single nation, every single community implicitly has this thing where it's like, okay, we say that you own the property, and you do own the property, but not in like this cosmic sense where you get to do literally whatever you want to it. Basically, you can view it as, if you feel like viewing it this way, you can view it as like an indefinite lease that the community as a whole is providing to you. And this lease comes with certain expectations. And one of these expectations may or may not be, you know, you cannot sell this property to some random person and have them move in, right? Because the property is ultimately the property of the community and not of you, not yours, although we might call it yours.
Okay. So there's a lot here, and I'm not sure it's best to do like back and forth 5-minute or 10-minute segments. Maybe we can pick one of these and drill down and have get deeper into one.
It's your show.
Yeah. So let's see if I'm going to pick. Oh, Robert is here. Hi, Robert. Son of the Savior. Just want to acknowledge a few people here in chat. New people coming by. And okay, so yeah, let me pick. Where do I want to start here? Okay, well, I guess I'll start with the nihilism. I don't know if that's necessarily the best, but I think I have some things to say about that point. So, wanting to stop other people's ambition, I think you characterize that as an unreasonable view of what some Americans want. They're just concerned about losing their jobs. They don't want the competition. But I don't know about that. I think it might go beyond just concern about losing a job. I think if you consider the way they talk about some of the immigrants, like slurs they use, And I'm not, I mean, I don't know that I can give you examples off the top of my head. I think this sort of thing happens. I mean, we could look it up. I could Google this right now if we want to like get into
Mm-hmm.
see if there's actual examples. But another thing that came to mind, I think some people they talk about they want a more white America. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Fuentes is an example of this. I think he's racist in many of the
Yeah,
comments.
Fuentes is a little crazy.
Yeah, well, he's become more mainstream. Or at least less fringe recently. I think he's got a large following, and in recent months, he's been getting platformed in many places where I think 10 years ago he wouldn't have had that kind of audience. So I think
Mm-hmm.
his increasing prominence is a sign, and I think he might be a good candidate for a nihilist. I don't. Yeah, I think he's got some really bad views, and I'm not sure he's. Yeah, so I mean, we could talk about him more, but I think he might be a good example of a nihilist, and he's got a following. So maybe there are many nihilists, or at least a growing segment of the population, which has a kind of nihilist attitude, including towards immigrants. So yeah, I'll make that point, and maybe instead of going on to something else, I'll just pause there and see if you want to reply to any of that.
I think it's just objectively true that Americans do not try to inhibit the uh, ambitions of people in other nations unless they like try to illegally or sometimes even legally cross the border, right? So there's no like, oh, I'm envious of XYZ, so I want to destroy their life. It's like, oh, okay, if they are going to come into my area or our area, then they are going to be the focus of some ire if they are seen negatively.
Okay, well,
And I don't see why that's like necessarily wrong, right? Like if I had a group of people, if I was in a group of people, right, and then I saw some other group of people as a set of invaders, then I might have a negative reaction, right?
okay, yeah. I mean, if it actually is an
And I might call them
invasion,
slurs. Who knows?
okay, well, maybe we can get into that. But just on the point of invasion, yeah, if I saw an invasion, I would have a problem with it too. But I think sometimes the term invasion is a smear term. Like I think Hamas invaded Israel on October 7th. That's an invasion. But to put that in the same category as people crossing the border, the southern border, I don't think that's correct. And I think that makes it look really bad. It makes it sound really bad when in fact it's not. It's people trying to make a better lives for themselves. They're not coming over here to rape and murder. At least the vast majority. I mean, there might be exceptions.
Well, most
Well, hold
yeah,
on, hold on.
most
Let me let me
invasions are
let me
not.
make let me
Yeah,
make
sure.
one more point, and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah, sorry.
But so I do want to say I don't think people are only concerned about illegal immigration. I think many people don't want any immigration, and I think you see this with the H-1Bs. These are people who have come here legally. I think many people from India, and people want to start restricting the H-1B visas. And I think even like they can, even if there aren't enough American workers who could do these H-1B jobs or even non-H-1B jobs, like how many Americans want to pick strawberries in the field? And I think maybe part of the reason prices go up or there's inflation sometimes is there's just not a sufficient number of Americans to do the work, who are willing to do the work at the going rate. And so I guess maybe farmers have to close down or increase their prices. But it's not, I don't think it is just illegal immigrants. I think many people, they want to actually reduce, or some people even stop immigration from other parts of the world. Now, maybe we'll make an exception for South Africa, as I think happens for this is a group of white immigrants. So I think this might be evidence that there is some racism going on. But other parts of the world, maybe we don't want even there to be legal immigration, or at least start putting caps on it. So, okay, I'll pause there. Go ahead.
Just so, okay, first of all, invasions are not about rape and murder. I mean, at least for the most part, invasions are usually for some geopolitical advantage, usually around resources, right? Um, and obviously, if you had a way to invade a country without using guns and without needing to fight, then you would do so instead, right? Like every single group of people is looking for a better life, including in invasions. And if you see, this bountiful land who for some reason is not defending its borders, then you would cross en masse. And this, in my opinion, could be called an invasion, like not unreasonably, right? At least metaphorically, but probably just actually.
So you would put it in the same category
Yeah,
as Russia invading Ukraine or Hamas invading Israel?
I don't know. I don't know how else to put this, but like, let's just say a group of people was just stepping over the border. Like, let's just say Palestinians or whoever, whatever they happen to be called right now, are like stepping into Israel en masse, and like that like wall around Gaza like broke down or something, and they're like jumping over. I don't know how they're doing it, and like no one's like, presumably Israel is allowed to stop them, right? Like that would be an invasion.
Well, if their mission is to kill, if they're coming over here with guns,
No. Their mission is just to. Their mission is not to kill.
okay. Well, then I don't think there is a right. I mean, I'll listen to an argument, but I don't think there is a right to keep people out of your country if they are peaceful people.
My impression of the Israel-Palestine thing is that the Palestinians were basically ghettoized for like a very, very long time, and by like a literal like 10-foot something wall, people. I mean, like, what was that wall there for? You know what I'm saying?
Well, there are
Like, was every single
terrorists.
Palestinian like trying to kill them? Presumably, like most of them weren't, right?
There were rockets fired, I believe, from Gaza and as well
Yeah,
as from the north side, like Lebanon, Hamas, and Hezbollah. And if
yeah.
you,
I know.
I mean, if in their charter, Hamas's charter, going back to the 80s, I think it was included in their charter that part of their goal is to destroy the state of Israel. So if you're right next to a state that has that in their founding document, I think it's reasonable to put up a wall or some kind of barrier.
Yeah, but like presumably a lot of the people in Palestine who are living like pretty crappy lives, as far as I can tell, wanted to move into the much more prosperous Israel and tap into Israel's, resources and social systems, etc. Right, an education system, like
Sure, I mean,
presumably.
I don't think
And,
that's not the problem. But if even if there are innocent people, and I think there are a majority of Palestinians, I've seen polls that, in if these are reliable polls, at least, it shows that some of these polls I think have showed that a majority of Palestinians support Hamas. Now, even if there are
mhm.
some Palestinians who don't support Hamas and would like to have peaceful coexistence with Israel and maybe just go in there for jobs, education, or whatever. It's sad, but they suffer the consequences of their government that they're living under, and
Okay,
that's too bad. But it's not
so,
the fault
so
of Israel.
okay. um, Unfortunately, we might enter too much of a back and forth on like the specific circumstances in Israel. So I'm going to dodge that for the moment, because I mean, in my impression is that like the reason that they support Hamas is that there's this wall, but who knows? I don't know much about Israel, honestly. So I can't. Well, I know more than most, but I can't like enter a in-depth debate about the history with someone who's more familiar. But like, let's just say you take a nation with literally, a tenth of the GDP per capita of Israel, and it turns out that like this nation has, maybe it's like Ethiopia or something, it has like 200 million people, and let's just say that 20 million of these people want to move to Israel because Israel is a more prosperous nation by like 10x. Like, are they allowed to just come?
Off the top of my head, I don't see why not. I mean, they might not want to come if it's that dense. Like, I think there would be some self-selection of people who are opting out, because if it becomes too crowded, the more crowded it becomes, the less attractive it becomes as a potential place to live. But but I think they should. It might get to the point where the entire land is owned. There's no public land, and there's no more room available, and it's all private, and no one else is renting out anymore. Like if an apartment building gets full, well, you can't go in anymore, right? There's no spots left. So if it gets to
apartment, what do you mean by full? I mean, at least in America, what I've heard is that people rent properties and then they cram like literally 20 people into that property, right? Like it's supposed to be it's supposed to be just a house with like 2 bedrooms, 1 master bedroom, and 2 bathrooms, right? But they're cramming like 20 people in there. They make like 2 extra ADUs in the backyard. Like, is this? You're saying this as if this apartment that was built for 100 people is going to be full once it hits 100 people, but in reality, its real capacity, if people are trying to get better lives and their lives are like really horrible back where they were, then you could cram a lot more than 100 people into this place.
I mean, maybe you could, but I'm just saying, like, if the land is all owned by private people and no one wants to rent out their room, like maybe they've got 100 people in their apartment building and they could cram in 200, but they choose not to. The apartment building owner says, no, I'd rather just leave it at 100. So you can't find any place to stay. So if that's the scenario, then I guess maybe no new people could come in, but not because it's some policy of the government. It's just that because that's the policy of the private landowners there. Now, I don't know if that would actually happen. I don't know if that's realistic. Maybe you could have 20 million Ethiopians. I don't even know how many Ethiopians there are, but maybe you could have, if there were 20,
like 200.
200 million?
Last time I checked, yes.
Okay. And you said, well, what if 20 million of them wanted to go to Israel? I mean, maybe that could happen. Maybe that should be. But I'm just saying, I as long as they're peaceful, I don't think there should be a government policy that forbids that from happening.
So let's just say they vote, right? Israel is a democracy, and they vote in like highly partisan politics because that they view themselves as a group. Let's just say, and then they replace the Israeli government with their own people, and begin to turn the services into ones that are more directed towards Ethiopians in this like kind of tribal politics.
Okay. Well, I think maybe we're now getting into the issue of what people can legitimately do with a government. So I don't think any government can.
It's just that this is how it works right now, right? Like in any democratic nation, you could say that like in the cosmic Randian justice that people shouldn't be able to, they shouldn't have very many government services to begin with. Taxation should be as low as possible. But in reality, where things don't necessarily conform to Randian justice, if you allow massive amounts of people to move into your country, then they will be able to vote in such a way that does turn the pre-existing massive amount of government taxation into ones that are directed towards themselves. I mean, this is just like flat out true. Like in my opinion, if Israel turned itself into an open bordered state, then it's just like objectively true that many people from poor nations would pour in and then vote in tribal ways, such that Israel would basically fall apart. That is my view of how practical politics works at this current moment. Am I? Can you? Is that wrong, or you know?
Well, I do want to distinguish the ideal from what you're calling practical politics. So I guess I first want to be clear on what is the ideal, and then we can talk about what are practical steps to get there. Like with Social Security, this sometimes comes up. I don't think there should be any Social Security programs. I think we should get rid of it. But I think practically you can't just get rid of it overnight. You would have to phase it out over some period of time, maybe years or decades. So, but that's kind of a debate on what you might call practical politics. Maybe some people who agree, maybe take two people who think we shouldn't have Social Security, but one person thinks we should phase it out over 10 months. Somebody else thinks we should phase it out over the course of 10 years. I guess I'm not really interested in that debate. I'm more interested in the debate of what is the ideal we should be aiming towards. And then later, if we can agree on that, then we can talk about steps to get to that goal. But I think if we don't even agree on what the goal is first, I think it's kind of premature to talk about what you might call practical politics. I would want to first persuade you of a certain immigration policy. And then if we agree that's appropriate, then we can talk about what's the best way to get there. But I think we don't even agree on what the ideal is yet, or maybe at least. So I don't think there should be unlimited democracy where you can just have a majority that votes for whatever they want and then that goes. But it sounds like maybe you do think that's appropriate. So maybe we should talk about that, whether that's a good system.
Okay, just to be clear, right? The people who are currently against immigration are not talking about being against immigration from the stance of like some future ideal world. I think actually most people, if you like really got them to think about it, they would think that, yeah, open immigration makes perfect sense in the ideal world. And the reason would be that in any ideal world, everyone's just at peace. There's no like tribal politics. There's none of these problems that I was talking about earlier, where like, you know, if your community says, okay, anyone can come in, then like hordes of people are going to storm in and start, like none of this would be a problem because the whole world would be at peace. You know, you could just do whatever you want and everything would be fine, right? In fact, like, okay, whatever. I won't go too far down that hole. My point is that like when you say you're against immigration, I mean you are against people who are against immigration, I suppose. When you say that today, we're talking about like modern day practical politics, not anything close to this ideal. And I think the point that I want to drill down on is just like, do you agree with my assessment of the practical consequences if you turned Israel into an open border state now? Like, I think that if you were to take a series of steps to move the current world towards an ideal, none of those steps, none of the early steps are going to be open borders, right?
Well, yeah. Well, so Israel's in a state of war. So no, I don't think Israel should have what you might call open borders. But that's because it's at war. I don't think the U.S. I don't think any country. I mean, at least any individual rights respecting country should keep its borders open if its neighboring countries want to come in and annihilate it and destroy its people. So, but I'm not talking about a war case.
Okay. Forget Israel. Think about Singapore. Think about America. Think about the UK. Any of these like relatively wealthy nations where there are other nations where the GDP per capita is like literally an order of magnitude lower, where like these people would want to move and would overwhelm them, right? Like forget Israel, or think about Israel from like in the future or in the past when it was, in a less dire situation. Like, is my description of reality false? Is my description of reality, which is, if these countries open their borders, then X would happen, and this thing is probably not good.
I don't know if there would be apocalypse if we open the borders today in the U.S. One, because I don't think we are in unlimited majority rule or unlimited democracy. So just because a lot of people come in, let's say a bunch of immigrants come into the U.S. and they would like some policy. I don't know what would be a good example, but we have like freedom of speech in this country. Let's say a bunch of people come into this country who hate freedom of speech, and they want to
Yeah.
get rid of that. Well, you can't just vote that away. It's written into our Constitution that we have this
I
right.
wouldn't be so confident in that.
Well, I mean, maybe you can pass a constitutional amendments eventually, but it's very difficult, right? You can't just immediately come in here, even if you have lots of people, and just immediately overthrow freedom of speech. So there are some
So
things.
the Constitution is just a piece of paper. Like, there are very many nations around the world who tried to copy the U.S. government, but because their population was made of a different set of people who respect a piece of paper much less, their copies of the U.S. government just crumbled on the spot. I mean, surely you know, like this happened many, many times over the last century in Africa, right? Like, we just copy and pasted with a few changes the American Constitution into these nations, and it just fell apart immediately.
Well, I do think there has to be buy-in on the part of the populace into the government in its documents, its constitutions, for instance, or it's not going to last. But I do think there is to the principles of the U.S. rating. It's um,
Can you
popular
clarify what you mean
support.
by buy-in?
What?
I don't know what buy-in means in this context.
Oh, just agreement.
Can you clarify what you mean by buy-in?
Agreement. I think a lot of people
Okay.
agree, in other words, with the ideas of the Constitution to a significant extent in the U.S. It's not just a piece of paper in many people's minds. I think a lot of people actually support the ideas of the Constitution. Now, maybe that support is diminishing,
Yeah,
but I'm not. I don't
like,
deny
people
that there
buy in,
has
are
to
those people
be.
gonna
Well,
agree?
hold on. Let me just finish the thought.
Yeah.
I don't deny that you need to have agreements or what I called buy-in, like people buy the idea that these are good ideas in order for it to last. That's true. And I'm concerned that in the U.S. we're losing support for the ideas in the Constitution and in the Declaration. I'm trying to reverse that trend on this show. That's at least part of my goal here. But yeah, I agree that just having this piece of paper by itself, that's not going to be sufficient to sustain a country. But I don't think we're at the point now where
Okay.
it could be quickly overturned. I think that might take many years, maybe decades, if it ever happens.
So let's just say open borders. Let's just say open borders, America.
Oh, hold on.
Right?
Someone says my mic something's or Mellow Mouse says, Dan, your headphones are having an issue. The mic audio is cutting.
I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay? So the caller can hear me fine. Does anybody else hear me cutting in and out, or is that just Mellow Mal? Can somebody else confirm whether or not they're having audio issues? Let me see what the batteries on my AirPod is. Still looks like I got 25% on my AirPod. And let's see. Still using the podcast mic, right? Input, yeah. Okay, I don't see any problems here on my end, so I don't know. Maybe it's just yours. But if anyone else is having audio issues, please let me know, and maybe I can. Oh, Robert says there were issues, but they're no longer present. Okay, maybe there was just some a lot of internet traffic or something, and that caused the issue, and maybe the traffic is not so bad now. Nick says it's fine now. Hi, Nick. Thanks. Robert says it was all is well. Okay. It was 60 seconds ago, says Mal, but it's fine now. Okay, good. Thanks. Okay, appreciate all the feedback. All right, go ahead.
So I just want to be clear that, like, if every person who, or even like the mass majority of the people who immigrated into the United States had like, you know, total buy-in into the Constitution and its principles, then I think the amount of anti-immigration sentiment in America would be significantly lower. But that is not the case. And in my opinion, if you open up the border right now, like completely open borders, then the population of America would probably, you know, increase by probably 50% by the end of the decade, and probably much more after that. Right? I just want to point out to you that, like, even right now, currently right now, the amount of immigration into America, like even under Trump, is approximately the same as the birth rate. Right? And so under Biden, like, if you believe some of the immigration numbers, then immigration was literally double that of the American birth rate, which, like, you know, this is why some people think of this as an invasion, right? Because these numbers are crazy. You know, this really is on the level of an invasion, right? Just like millions of people streaming across the border every year, sometimes double-digit million, although like barely. And you don't see the same degree of buy-in in immigrants usually into the project of the nation. If you did see this, then immigration would be fantastic, right? Every country ever would have said, oh, okay, of course I'm going to open my borders, because this is just free people, right? And every single person who comes in is just going to be like just as into the country and like supporting each other and being a team as everybody else in this country. But like, that's not what's happening, you know? Otherwise, I would be like totally for. There would be no argument in my mind against immigration.
Okay.
It's just strictly positive. Like,
right.
There's no like, yeah. Okay, sorry. I'll let you go.
So one point is, I don't think immigration is an issue of numbers. So you were saying even if everyone had buy-in to the ideas of the Constitution, this is, maybe you were implying this is still a problem because the number of immigrants is equaling or maybe even outstripping the birth rate of non-immigrants.
So no, I didn't say that.
Okay, what did you say then? What is the concern about birth rate? I don't care. I don't care what the birth rate is. I don't care whether it's Americans or non-Americans, foreigners. I wouldn't call it an invasion if these are all people who buy into the idea. They're happy to, they support individual rights in the Constitution. It doesn't matter how many are coming in.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. All right.
I for the most part agree with that. I don't completely agree with that, but I for the most part agree with that. Like if 100 million people came across the border within the last like decade and a half, within the next decade and a half, I mean, there would still have to be reasonable restrictions. You still have to like build houses and whatever, right? But like, yeah, I mean, if the American population like increased by 50% in a reasonable, in an unprecedented way, but every one of the immigrants were like, you know, waving American flags and were like, you know, totally bought into everything, that's like, it would be great. I'd have no problems. And okay. I don't think most people in America would have problems with that either.
Okay, well, I hope not. Maybe you are what's
optimistic on that?
I think there might be people who have worse views than you do. Maybe you have healthier views on immigration than other people. But I suspect some people would still have racist objections against immigrants. Was it Nick Fuentes who, for example, who criticized J.D. Vance's wife because she's Indian and used some kind of slur to refer to him, and they're all his followers. So even if she's very pro-American, I think they would still have issues with her. So maybe you're not in that category. I guess I hope you're not. I hope you're not one of them, but I do think there are such people.
Well, evidently not, no.
So I guess I think maybe your view of the American populace is more rosy than I think is justified, because it seems like you think, well, if they're all pro-American ideals, then everyone will just be happy to let them all in. There's not going to be any resistance. I think there would be. I think there are racists who would oppose immigration still.
I don't think I think that racism is born out of experiences, and that if you provided them with a different set of experiences that like America is not undergoing today, then there would be no racism. I think that like at the end of the day, like the whole idea of racism is about like, you know, your group and policing the borders of that group, right? And race is one of these factors that is very good for denotating like the borders between groups, because race is one of these things where it's immutable. You can't change it. You can't like suddenly drop out of it. And two, it's like highly visible. And three, your children will have the same race. And as a result, it's something that's like really easy to coalesce around, right? Because you don't need to be like insecure about your race. Like you're either in the race or you're not in the race. And secondly, like your children are just gonna, like, you don't have to worry about giving birth to a child who's not of this group, right? Like you don't have to worry about kicking your children out. And so, but like if you can coalesce around something like America, and like people who joined are just like super pro America, then yeah, you don't need racism anymore, right? Like.
All right. Well, racism. Maybe I don't know if we want to get into that, because it sounds like you and I might have different views of racism, and because you said early on that, well, I have a weird definition of racism such that every group counts as racist. There's something along these lines, and
basically, yeah,
yeah. I don't buy that. So maybe we would need to talk about that. But let me just pause here, take a breather here. And let's see. I have. Let me take a look at the chat. See. By the way, thanks for the likes on the stream. It looks like we're up to 6 likes. And we got some more subscribers. Thank you. Appreciate that. Maybe I'll read some of these chats. Actually, let me take a little chat break here and put the chat on the screen and maybe engage with some of these chats. Son of the Savior is in the chat. Haven't seen you before. All right. Let me read one of yours since you're a new person. Scarcity in reality is absurdity. It's to say, to want America to be great again, presumably presently. Mark Thomas is here. Hello. The making of it great again, presently itself being the same as the great of the making it great again or whatever. All right. I had some trouble following that. Just because Coke is short on cash doesn't mean there's a scarcity of cash. The quantity of currency is whatever number they type into the computer. All right. Looks like you might be talking about some other issue. Let's see some of Robert's chats. Bring it on. Ugh, racism is just the worst. Maybe you mean bring on the immigrants. I'm not sure what you mean there. Let me back up. See some of your earlier chats. What if everybody in the world decided to move to Rhode Island? Something must be done. I guess that's sarcasm.
Yeah, Rhode Island can go. I don't care about that.
Rhode Island can what?
Can go. I don't care about that.
I heard someone did a calculation. So someone once did a calculation that if everyone on Earth moved to the state of Texas, Texas would have half the density of Paris in terms of population. So, and Paris is, lots of people live lives there, and I guess flourishing lives, and this would be half the density of Paris. So if you're worried about overpopulation, maybe that's if anyone is worried about that, maybe that's something you ought not be worried about. If you can move everyone on Earth.
There's plenty of room in America.
Yeah, I mean, you just fly across the country, you can see how There's just so much of it. Maybe the vast majority of the country is just empty. Let's see. Roman Viking says this whole job competition thing should be seen as you benefiting from the lower labor costs / higher quality which immigrants might bring for the goods you buy. That would lead to ruin, says Mark. It would ruin the country if they all came and destroy the standard of living. This is a problem with modern objectivist ethics on mass immigration. The rights argument needs to factor into scarcity and limited resources. Okay. I think immigrants, at least in general, they raise our standard of living. And I think many of the founders of tech companies in Silicon Valley, for instance, are immigrants. Oh, sorry, I'm getting an alarm here. I actually got to do take out a load of laundry. I might need to take a break for just a few minutes to do that. But I'll just make this point. We benefit, I think, a lot from immigrants coming to do jobs that Americans won't do, maybe do it for cheaper labor. And, you have no right to a job. That's my view. And maybe you disagree. But I don't think you have a right to a job or to be free from competition. But I think Americans as a whole benefit from the labor of immigrants, whether it's from picking strawberries or starting a company like Google or the CEO of Zoom. I think he was an immigrant from China. So I think we benefit tremendously, even if there are things like immigrants on welfare, which I don't think they're legally allowed to do, at least to get something like Social Security. Yet I think they many of them pay taxes to support programs like Social Security. So maybe we are parasites to us. Americans are parasites on immigrants to some extent. All the immigrants who have to pay taxes to support our social programs, yet they're not legally able to benefit from them. So I think there's a lot of economic issues which anti-immigration people don't consider. But I think I got to get this load out of the laundry. Let me put you on mute for a few minutes. If you want to hold on, you can, but I just need like 3 minutes to get this load of laundry, and then I'll come back.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right. All right. So now I just muted him, but not myself. Let me just mute myself as well. And I'm not going to... Well, let's see. Should I put my... Is this my continue slide back shortly? Yeah. Okay. I'll just leave that up for maybe 3 minutes. All right. I'll be back soon. I'll write in the chat. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Okay. See you soon. Okay, I'm back. I think that was a little less than 3 minutes. And okay, so we were talking about immigration, and I made some points. But if you want to chime in on any of that, feel free.
Yeah. So on the point about jobs, I mean, it seems to be what's happening is that, like, let's just say you earn $15 an hour or something, and um, and let's just say now, because of some increase in demand for labor, the company would now have to pay you $20 an hour, right? But then they're like, hey, wait a second, there's a better way to do this. We can just import a bunch of low skill workers, right? And then your wage just continuously gets suppressed because every single time your wage would rise, it gets suppressed by people coming in, right? And this seems to be bad, although there are cases in which it could be good, right? Let's just say there really just straight up is not enough people, right? Like, such that, you know, for this low skill job, you would have to be paid $35 an hour. And it's like, okay, that's too much. There are reasonable limits to this kind of thing. Then maybe you do need more immigrants to come in, at least for like temporary labor or something like that. But it seems to me that it's more of the former, right? Where it's just like, okay, gardeners cost too much. Let's just import a bunch of people, right? And it's the same thing that Elon Musk is doing with higher skill labor, right? Elon Musk doesn't want to train the Americans that are already here. He wants to just like import massive amounts of high skill labor from overseas, because that would be like slightly less work for him, right? And I don't see this as a good thing. I think that generally speaking, Americans should try to prioritize training its own people and using its own people in labor. And if you need to pay them an extra $10, then that's great. I mean, then they get paid more. And it shouldn't be like, oh, every single time, the wages would have increased, you just import more people. Okay, and then you could also say that, okay, the way to offset this is just to import people from across the entire, wage spectrum, right? So like for every person that you import for like the lower class, you import the same amount of people from the middle and upper class, such that it's evenly spread out. But in that case, you run into loyalty problems, right? Like, again, like if there were like massive amounts of people willing to come and they were all like perfectly loyal people, then great. But that's not what's happening, right? Oh yeah, and as for the whole like paying into Social Security, I'm pretty sure that's just not true. I'm pretty sure that if you look at the average illegal immigrant, they are paying like far less taxes than they're supposed to. I'm pretty sure they're dodging taxes as well as ICE. If they could dodge one, then why not dodge the other? I don't know if that's the case, but I wouldn't assume that that they are paying like massive amounts into Social Security. That would not be my assumption.
Okay, so I want to address at least part of that. So I take an individualist perspective, not a collectivist perspective. And I take that to mean, at least in part, that I have a right to hire who I want. It's not I don't have a duty to support other people who are Americans. I'm an egoist, and it's my right to pursue my own self-interest. It's not like if I can hire cheaper labor, I'm going to hire cheaper labor, and I think I have a right to do that. I don't have a duty to prop up, subsidize other Americans. I think that's a violation of my rights to force me to do that. So I think it's bad to put restrictions on immigrants because they might outcompete or undersell Americans. I don't think anyone has a right to a job. And I don't buy into the idea like it's unreasonable to pay a certain amount. It sounds like that might be a kind of the sort of thing people on the left often say about living wage. Like it's you got to pay people a living wage. I think that's a empty, meaningless concept. It can mean whatever you want it to mean. I believe in freedom, and that's, whatever wage that turns out to be, that's good. And I think in the long run, it's good for everyone's standard of living if we have a system of freedom, as opposed to putting artificial coercive restrictions on it. I did see somebody else called in to Zoom. Uh, let's see, are you still? Oh, maybe you dropped on the call because I don't see you there anymore. Anyways, if anyone else does want to call in, feel free, but I might need to screen your call, and it might help if you let me know in YouTube chat that you want to call in and what you want to talk about. But it looks like that person hung up in Zoom. So, all right, let's see. Anything else I want to say about your last segments? No, I think that's enough for now. If you can reply to any of that.
I just don't think that's how any community works. If you're going to be part of this community, then you are going to have to, well, one, you are going to have to want to benefit the other people of that community, right? And two, if the community is going to put certain restrictions on your actions, then, that is what it is, right? Like,
wait, you don't think a community works by freedom, or what? What are you saying?
Oh, of course. Within a community, you need to have a certain degree of freedom. I mean, it depends on which community that you're in, but, almost all of them are going to have some degree of freedom. And you're going to, within this community, you want to compete in a friendly way, in a way that, benefits the entire thing, right? Obviously,
maybe this gets into egoism.
Probably wouldn't be very good.
Maybe this gets to the issue of egoism.
I just don't agree with the egoism thing.
All right. Well, that's a deeper issue. So I don't think we're going to agree about a lot of political issues if we're not on the same page about ethics, because politics is downstream from ethics. So if you're not an egoist, if you're an altruist or utilitarian, if you believe in self-sacrifice, if you think that's moral, well, hey, I would say, yeah, it's self-sacrificial to give up your freedom. If you want to destroy yourself, then yeah, I don't support a system of freedom if that's your goal. But if you are an egoist,
if you support,
hold on, wait, let me finish. If you do support a morality of self-interest, then I think a politics of freedom follows. So I think we first need to be on the same page about our ethical goal before. It's kind of like what I said about Social Security before. If people don't even agree that we should get rid of Social Security, then it doesn't really make sense to talk about how to get rid of Social Security. Likewise, if we don't even agree on the ethical goal of life, if it's not about pursuing your own interests, then it doesn't make sense to talk about how we should configure society, because I think the point of society, of political philosophy, is to figure out what makes life go best for the individual. Okay, go ahead.
I mean, you can be egoist if you want to, but I'm pretty sure that most communities are not going to want to have you unless you want to benefit the other members of the community. Unless, of course, this is an explicitly egoist community, in which case, go ahead, you can join that, but that's not what America is. America is not an egoist community. None of the nations around the world are egoist communities.
I think it is. I think America has maybe not purely, but a huge dose of egoism. You have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, meaning your happiness. I think that's a pretty self-interested right to grant to individuals. No longer are you meant to be just a serf doing the king's will. You're not a subject, you're a citizen. I think this is part of what's new in America, is that it did recognize individual rights, which is a way of recognizing the goodness of living for yourself. Your rights can't be trampled on as an individual, even if a majority or a king or some collective wants to overrule you. No, you have certain rights which can't be overruled.
We discussed this 2 calls ago, where you were saying that if you're an egoist and you're in a war and you can sacrifice or spend your life in order to save the lives lives of two of your comrades, like you would not do that unless you had like written in a contract beforehand that you would do that, because like egoistically speaking, it's just not worth it, right? And I'm pretty sure that like all of the founding fathers, George Washington included, would have encouraged their soldiers and each other to take on the perspective of like you should sacrifice your life if it would save two of your comrades, right? Like if it would be good for the group, then you should spend your life, or whatever it may be, right? I mean, I think this is actually a real like descriptive thing about the world that we disagree on, and I think I'm just correct here. That basically every community ever in the history of ever, including George Washington and America, were not egoistic. You are not supposed to think about what you should do purely in terms of what is good for yourself. Most groups that survive long term think that you should think in terms of the benefit of the group, because and as I was saying earlier, right, if you have two groups that are at war with each other, and one group is a group of egoists who are all selfish, and the other group is a group of people who would spend their lives to save two of their comrades, and it's like obvious one of these groups is going to win, right? Because, you know, one scatters and one doesn't.
Okay, well, we have different views on what egoism entails. And yeah, I do remember now having this discussion. I didn't remember it was with you, but yeah, I do remember talking about selfishness or egoism in the military and what it involves. Maybe I mean,
to my understanding, nobody signed this document where they're like, okay, I am definitely going to sacrifice my life for others. Like it was just a common understanding, because it's just commonly understood that we're not egoists.
I'm just getting my laptop cord here to plug in because my battery is getting low. George Washington had a volunteer army, and these are people who wanted to sign up to defend liberty. Patrick Henry famously said, "Give me liberty or give me death." The people in this era, many of them at least, realized that a life worth living is not life as a slave, and they saw it as in their self-interest to fight for the cause of liberty. They would rather lose their lives than live as slaves. So I think this is an example of how the people of that era did see their actions choosing to fight against Great Britain as an act of self-interest. And I'm not saying they didn't have any inconsistencies. Like, I think many of the founding fathers were Christians, and Jefferson famously, he cut out the supernatural parts of the Bible, but he left in the moral parts, the Jefferson Bible. So I do think there were elements of altruism in the founding fathers, but there were also elements of egoism, and I think that extends to their choices to fight against Britain in the Revolution. I think they saw that as self-interested, even though they realized they were risking their lives.
Okay. It's not about risking your life. It's about, like, if you, like, would you spend your life in order to save two of your comrades? Like, yes or no? And if no, then your side is more likely to lose. Like, does that make sense?
It depends what I do it. I mean, if it's part of the, if I'm fighting for freedom, then I might do that. Very well might do that. If I'm not, if I'm fighting for a totalitarian states, maybe I'd say screw that.
Okay. Obviously, we're not talking about fighting for stupid stuff, okay? or like straightforwardly stupid stuff. Like,
well, yeah, I guess the answer is yes. I might do that. Like, if it's in the part of the rules for joining the military is that if you're the
no,
closest...
it's not part of the rules.
Well, I don't know then what I would do. I mean, I would want to think, am I doing the right thing strategically? I mean, I have to, what's guiding me if there aren't some kind of rules of engagements? How am I supposed to decide what to do? I mean, I do what's self-interested, but
It was,
there might be cases where it's not clear what self-interest involves. Maybe in some cases, being self-interested would mean jumping on a grenade to save two of my colleagues, but I don't know. I guess it depends on the details of the case. If you're saying like there's no rules to govern a particular scenario, then I don't know how I would decide.
I'm
But
a
I would
little
do whatever
confused about like what
self-interested.
the argument we're making here is. Like, do you believe that the founding fathers and their soldiers and the people of America were like more than 80% egoists?
More than
Like,
I
if
don't.
you ask them, like, would you like what are your litmus test questions for whether or not someone is an egoist, right? Like, I'm pretty sure those questions, if you ask them, they would not be egoists.
Well, they might explicitly
This
deny
is
it.
very straightforward to me.
If someone might deny it explicitly, but if you look at their actions, then I think you could still say they're acting egoistically, because I mean, if I think the moral training or education that many people have got it comes from church historically, and at least during this period, they get their explicit morality from Christianity. But if you look at their actual behavior, I think it looks significantly different than what Christianity would advocate. So I don't think just
Okay,
asking
yes.
them is decisive on how are they acting.
Okay, I mean, I think we all understand that people's spoken morality do not correspond one-to-one with their acted morality. But, okay, sure, I mean, I do feel like you're making this like very, very difficult to prove whether or not someone's egoist or not, because it's like, okay, you ask them questions, then you can't tell based off asking them questions. Oh, they jump on a grenade. I mean, there were no grenades back then, but they jump on a grenade. Oh, in some way, this might be egoist. Like, what if that guy like promised their friend earlier that they would jump on the grenade? I don't know. Like, I mean, is this like just a problem of, I don't want to say experience, but because I'm not saying that I have more experience than you do. In fact, I definitely do not. But like, when you talk to other people, when you like experience different cultures, like, is it not like fairly clear that they are not acting under egoist assumptions?
Is it clear they're not acting on? I think you can't be living if you're not egoistic to some extent. I don't think you can be pure.
Of course. Obviously, people are going to be somewhat selfish. That's not the contention here.
So what's the contention?
That they base their morality and their actions purely off of self-interest. Like, obviously,
Well, I didn't say
I
that.
am going to value.
I never said anyone purely acts off of self-interest. I think it's a significant part of what guides many people, but I wouldn't say people are consistent about it necessarily.
Okay, yeah, I don't really. I feel like I'm shooting at a moving target right now, because or a phantom target, because like originally what I understood egoism as, at least based off of how you described it, and maybe I misremembered how you described it, but I thought it was you act off of self-interest, and it like almost entirely off of self-interest. And the core difference between you and me in that discussion back then was that I said that I would sacrifice my life if it would save the rest of humanity's life. Like, and you said that you would not do so. And to me, that was wild, because like, forget the rest of humanity's life. I would sacrifice my life just to save like the 5 people I know. Fuck it, like 3 people I know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I might not do so to save 1, but like above 2, it's starting to get into the range where like I would gladly spend my life to save theirs. right? But you were like, okay, I'm not willing to spend my life to save the entire rest of humanity. And to me, that was like, okay, that's wild. Our moralities are really, really different in a way that should be like very obvious in reality, like in terms of manifested actions, manifested philosophy, etc. Right? But now it seems like it's extremely difficult to tell, actually, if somebody is egoist or not. Right? And now you're like, oh, some people people do behave somewhat selfishly. It's like, yeah, like obviously people behave somewhat selfishly. Maybe people even behave mostly selfishly. I mean, as I was saying before, I would probably not sacrifice my life for even two people, right? So like, I'm kind of double selfish in some sense, but I'm not triple selfish if we're going off of numbers here, right? And I also definitely wouldn't sacrifice my life for just two random people across the world. It would have to be people that I know, right? So like, obviously, I am, you might even say, very selfish. But there's still like a giant difference between the way that I think about the world and you think about the world, based on that whole thing about like sacrificing your life versus like having the entirety of humanity die, other than yourself, apparently. And you're guaranteed that you're going to live a decent life after that. Maybe like, I don't know, you just have free food or something. I don't know.
Okay, well, I think we might have discussed the term sacrifice before.
Yeah. Just forget, every single time I said the word sacrifice, just replace the word with spend.
Well, I don't think those are the same thing. And I think we might have discussed that last time some. But
yeah, we did.
That might be part of the problem here. And we just have different understandings of the term. Like, I would not sacrifice myself for any number of people, whether it's one person or a billion people, because I think it's always wrong to sacrifice. However, that does not mean I would not risk my life or give up my life for one other person, because I might think of it as self-interested to do that. And I don't know if that doesn't compute for you. Maybe that doesn't make any sense to you, but that is what I believe. And if that doesn't make any sense to you, then I think maybe what that means is we're not using terms in the same way, and we would have to.
Yeah, I'm a little frustrated because like it seems like there is a semantic difference between us, where like you assumed that I would just know that like when you said that you wouldn't sacrifice your life for the rest of humanity, what you meant was yes, but I'm willing to spend it.
Well,
and I want to be clear that like at that point in this discussion, we did not talk about the word sacrifice. Like when you gave me that, when we were talking about that example, you had not yet, at least based off of my memory, we had not yet talked about our differences in the definition of the word sacrifice.
Well, I probably would have gone on to explain it, even if I said like I wouldn't sacrifice. I think I probably would have gone on to explain why I said that. I mean, I can look up the notes, or anyone who's interested in this can go back to that conversation and see how it went. But I understand that sacrifice is it's a controversial term, at least the way Rand uses it, as is selfishness or egoism. So when those terms come up in discussion, they have to be explained, and that's a big part of what I do on this show, as I try to give people a different way to look at these terms. So if I don't know if we want to go there now, but it sounds like we might have to, if we're going to make progress in this discussion, we might have to discuss these terms and get clear on what's the best way to understand them.
Okay, I do want to return for a small moment though to like a more grounded thing, which is about I believe you had a problem with the way that I was using the word. Well, actually, I had a problem with you with how you were using the word racism, and I said that based off of the definition of racism that we seem to be using, basically every group, almost every group in the world is currently racist. Yes, because racist just means, or like if you are, if you have some non-zero amount of racial preference in policing your borders and vetting people on like who gets to join your community and who gets to not, then you are racist. And in my estimation of how basically every nation and every group, almost every group around the world behaves, they all filter on race at least somewhat.
Okay. So I think I don't, well, I don't know if that's true that that every government filters on race at least somewhat. But I guess if it is true, I don't think that's a good thing. I don't see that race should be something that you filter on.
As in, like, maybe a Buddhist temple actually prefers to have a white person, even if they're all Asian. Who knows, right?
Well, there's a question of what should a religious group do, and there's
I'm just using Buddhists as like a very peaceful group that like people generally think of as like people wouldn't call them racist, you know? I mean, maybe you would, but like generally speaking, when people talk about Buddhism and Buddhist temples, racism is not like wouldn't appear in the first like 2,000 words that you write about it. You know what I'm saying?
well, I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about governments and their immigration policies. That's where I think it's not appropriate to bring race into it. Maybe there are other cases also,
Okay,
but at least in that case.
okay, I was talking about. I mean, I've been talking about immigration just as a subset of the general problem of like, are you allowed to vet who gets to join your community and who gets to not, right? And Buddhist temples are one of these things where, you know, you are vet, it's a community and they do vet who comes in and who does not come in. And furthermore, it also is based on a piece of land a lot of the time. Right.
I don't
So
have a
it's like,
problem with I mean, I might have a moral problem with a private group like a restaurant owner discriminating against people on the basis of race, but I see that as different than a government, and it seems like maybe you see governments in a different way than I do. Like I don't think of a nation as private property that you can decide, or that any group of people can decide who comes into it or not. But it seems like you do see it that way. I do think a Buddhist place can keep out non-Asians if they want legally. I think they should be able to, but I don't put that in the same category as a government of a nation.
okay, like what if that that Buddhist group gets like really big? You know what I mean?
Hold on, I just want to say thank you, Mellow Mal, for the $4.99 super chat. He says, this caller seems doubtful that the founding fathers valued the individual over the collective. In my quotes above, I've shown they did. Here's a quote for you give from, I guess, where's your, I don't know where your first quote is. Let me do a search on your name, and then maybe I'll give you a chance, Austin, to reply to this if you'd like. But let me just read the quotes. Okay. I've got to go through a few more. Okay, I think. Oh no, that's not the first one. It is, maybe this is the first quote. It is not allowed to give up an innocent citizen to the enemy, even to prevent the imminent ruin of the republic. Actually, I think I found the beginning. Here it is. About what the founding fathers think. Let me share this on the screen. Hold on a sec. Okay. about what the founding fathers think. My copy of the book Education of the Founding Fathers has this as a claim they debated in college. Quote, "There is no unlimited right of any man over another." Also, they debated the thesis, quote, "It is not allowed to give up an innocent citizen to the enemy, even to prevent the imminent ruin of the republic. Hence," that's the end of the quote, "hence they valued individuals and individual rights, even at the expense of the collective." Dan is right, he says. All right, let me see if I think there was one more. Okay, here's another quote he gives. Dr. Johnson, who is that? Is that Samuel Johnson? Or he was British, right? So maybe there's a different Dr. Johnson, an American Dr. Johnson. Anyways, some Dr. Johnson said, quote, "The great end of my being is that my rational and immortal nature may be completely and endlessly happy." All right, so maybe that's egoism, an example of egoism among the founding fathers. Okay, if you want to reply to any
sorry,
of that.
what?
Oh, you want me to repeat it?
What is the first? Okay, I'm seeing this quote. The great end of my being is that my rational and immortal nature may be completely and endlessly happy. That sounds like a religious, like, heaven thing. Like, I don't know what that's about, honestly. The great end of... Yeah, that sounds like something about going to heaven and being like this immortal soul that lives forever and being completely and endlessly happy. I don't know if that's what... I don't know the context of that quote, but that's what it seems to be about. I don't really know what it has to do with, like, egoism. But what's the other quote?
Well, if it sounds like his goal is to be happy, that sounds like an egoistic thing. At least if you take being happy to be an egoistic goal, which I think it is.
I mean, sure. I mean, like, I also want to be happy. That doesn't mean I'm egoist, right?
I think it does. I mean, depending on what you mean by happiness, at least. But I think I take happiness to be a core part of what it is to be egoist. Pursuing happiness, I take to be core to egoism.
Okay. Also, by the way, Dan, I went back and looked for, like, where in that discussion we were talking about like sacrificing my life for the rest of humanity. And actually, for some reason, luckily for me, I use the word destroyed. For some reason, off of like some kind of wild luck on my part, I use the word destroyed here. So what I say here, at least according to the transcript, is I say, so like, let's just say I could, if I destroyed my own life, I would enable the rest of humanity to go on and live a happy existence. I don't know why that would be the case, but if we just assume for the sake of argument that killing Dan would enable there to be much more happiness and enjoyment in the universe, would I do that? And then you say, would I? No, I wouldn't kill myself because I place my own happiness first. So I didn't actually use the word sacrifice. I used the word destroy. If you want to look at the timestamp, it is 3 hours and 5 seconds. 3 hours and 5 minutes into that call from two calls ago.
All right. Well, it was a long conversation, so I don't know where the term sacrifice came up, but I mean, I think it probably came up somewhere, but maybe not in that passage.
It definitely came up. It definitely came up. But I'm just saying that, like, you know, I was thinking that there was a giant difference in being an egoist and not being an egoist, because in my mind, it's like really, really obvious that I would destroy my own life in order to enable the rest of humanity to go on and live a happy existence, right? But you answered, no, you wouldn't do that because you would place your own happiness first. And like, that's basically verbatim.
Okay. Yeah, I mean...
And maybe we got the wrong impression, but, you know, at least that was what I thought. And then now we're like, talking as if egoism and non-egoism are actually very similar.
I don't think we are. I mean, I don't think I'm talking that way. I'm not sure why you
Okay, so like what?
think that.
How would we tell if people in the founding fathers era were or were not egoists? Like, let's just say you could interview them. Like, what is a question that you think you'd be able to ask them, or like an action that you think you'd be able to observe?
Well, I think maybe it's partly their words they use, like the things they say in the Declaration of Independence, which the founding fathers, they signed their names under, and they say that all men have this inalienable right to the pursuit of happiness. I would say, okay, well, that's at least some evidence that they're egoists. And then if I see them engage in war in defense of those ideals and say things like "give me liberty" or "give me death," I mean, that seems like an egoistic thing to do. So those are some things I would point to as evidence.
I don't think it's particularly egoist. I mean, who knows? But I don't think it's particularly egoistic to like fight for liberty. But who knows?
I think it's very egoistic.
Regardless, when I was taught about the founding fathers and the Declaration of Independence or whatever, like none of this, in my mind, like meant that I would be the kind of person that would allow the rest of humanity to die, like if I could just destroy my life instead, right? Like the entire rest of humanity, right? Like that. But apparently, like later, you actually meant that actually you would destroy your life for the rest of humanity. So who knows? Maybe this isn't actually the difference.
I said I would destroy my life for the rest of humanity.
Well, like here, in those like two conversations ago, you said you wouldn't, but
Wait, and now I'm saying something different?
Yeah, right? Didn't you just say something different, like not too long ago?
I just said I would destroy my life to save humanity?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you used the word destroy, but we were talking about how like you wouldn't sacrifice your life to save the rest of humanity, but you might, and then you use some other word there.
Risk my life.
That.
But not for humanity.
Risk?
Yeah, like jumping on the grenade.
Okay.
That's not
like you jump on a grenade, you're dead, man. You're done. It's not risk.
Fine. Yeah, I might give up my life for things that I believe in. So it's not altruistic. It's not self-sacrificial. I'm living in the way that I think is best for me, even if that means I die. Give me liberty or give me death.
Okay, but you wouldn't do so for humanity.
Right. That would not be the reason I do it.
Wait. Well, what would be the reason then? Like
my own self-interest.
Okay. Very, very simple thought experiment, right? Like there are two buttons in front of you. You click one. Okay, and you have to click one, by the way. You click one, you die of a heart attack for some reason, and then the other one, the rest of humanity dies in a heart attack. Like, which one do you click?
Oh gosh, one of these.
Because, for me, the answer is very, very obvious. Like, I just definitely click the button that says I die. So, like, this... Because I would click the button if it was just, like, my dad, my sister, and my mom, right? Like, that's not even... Like, I would already click the button if it was only those three people. So I would definitely click the button if it was the rest of humanity, right?
Yeah, so it's an easy choice for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to think about it. like I might not want to go on living if it's just myself. I might be very lonely and miserable, and it might not be worth living if I'm the only person in existence. So
we're assuming that you will be able to live a relatively happy life even if the rest of humanity dies.
Oh. Well, in
it's
that
just an
case,
assumption as part of the question.
I guess that at least puts more weight on the side of everybody else dying instead of me. If I can go on and be happy, it's not obvious that I would choose everybody else. I mean, I might want to think about it some more, but maybe I would choose myself.
Okay.
So yeah, I think we did. I guess maybe we do have very different frameworks. If that's just the easy choice for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that does really
and so
show.
Presumably this would.
That.
And presumably this would translate to like the world back then, right? Like in my view, I mean, I don't. Maybe I have the wrong impression of how people thought back then, and even how people think now across the world, right? But like, if you had two choices, like you die or like, you know, three people that you love die, then like there's a pretty clear answer to them as well. Maybe I'm like projecting, but like that would be my impression at least.
Well, I mean, if I'm considering people I love, then I might choose to die myself. Like, but yeah, I might be miserable without those people. But you said that I could go on and live a happy life. I don't know if I could do that if I had loved ones that I'm leaving behind, like spouse or kids. Then I might say I would rather die myself. But again, it would still be egoistic because it's best for me. I don't want to be miserable. But you said in the example, I'm going to live a happy life. So it's different.
Yeah.
But for you, I guess, I don't know. Well, what if you didn't have any close loved ones? It was just a bunch of strangers and you could live a happy life yourself, or all these other people who you're not close to, all of them could live happy lives. Would you still, I guess you would still kill yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess we are quite different then. And I don't see
I mean, to me, like the importance of humanity is much greater than the importance of just myself. Like at least in my abstract like moral system. Not that I have it well defined or anything, but
well, maybe this is a way of showing that you're not an egoist, and I am. John Wayne is here. Hi, John. Yeah. Stephen Katz. Sorry, I just want to acknowledge some chatters here. Stephen Katz, hello. Mellow Mao. He just did another super chat. All right, let me give that a heart and read what he has to say. He says the key is choice. Let me share this on the screen too while I read it. The key is choice. I got to scroll up so it's visible. A person can volunteer to die for a cause. That's egoist. Collectivist is, quote, the right choice is for you to die, so we make you.
No. If you are not willing to die for the group, then you're just not part of the collective to begin with, and you're just a pretender, right? Like if I'm fighting alongside other people, and I know that one of these guys isn't willing to die for me, but everybody else is, then we're going to kick that one guy out, right? And then if somebody finds a scenario where it would be strategically correct to sacrifice me, then, spend my life, then they are allowed to spend my life in that case, because everybody already collectively understands that we are all willing to die for whatever thing that we are fighting for is.
All right,
Right?
hold on. I gotta.
It's not really that like the other person's making the choice for me. It's that everybody who is in this group has already made that choice that they are willing to die for X, Y, Z if it's strategically worth it. Right? And then if someone might like impose that decision on me, but it's not really imposing it on me because I already made it. That's the ticket to entering this group in the first place. And the more a group strays from that, the more kind of decadent it might be, right? Like if all of a nation is willing to die for each other, but the upper class is just sitting there like decadently sipping on, grape juice or some shit, I don't know, and they're not willing to die for shit, then like something wrong has happened to the society. And yes, the rest of the society is willing to say, hey, if we're willing to die for this nation and you upper class person is not, then something wrong has happened, right? And you can say that that's imposing the collectivism on the upper class, but that doesn't seem like the correct way of viewing it to me. It just seems like someone has broken the social contract.
Okay. I was a bit distracted during that, and I didn't follow it all because my AirPod was dying. So hold on 30 seconds while I swap out my AirPods.
Oh, hello? Can you hear me? Am I still on the call? Oh. Hello? Can you hear me? Am I still on the call?
Test. Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Let me. I just went into Zoom and did audio tests, and then Austin said he can hear me. Now I just need to make sure YouTube can hear me. Okay, I'm switching the mic. Okay, do you still hear me, Austin?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I think we should be back in business. Sorry about that. I don't know what happens, but somehow my mic got disconnected after I switched out my AirPods. All right, so YouTube audience, I think you can hear me now. Let me know if you can't. I was just reading out the super chats. I was taking a little break from the call to engage with the chat, and I read the super chat from Objective Ethics, and I said thank you. I appreciate that. The circular diagram was helpful. And I said you might also be interested in checking out Introduction to Logic. It's a course by Leonard Peikoff, which is free online. Okay, where's my OBS? Okay, yeah, looks good in OBS. And I read Mellow Mao. Mellow Mao did a super chat, which I read and Austin replied to, and it was right after that I switched out my AirPods. So I guess you heard Austin's reply to that. Okay, let me just... Okay, so let's see. Should I engage more with the chat? Yeah, I guess let me look at some more of the chats here. It's a good thing God is good, says Son of the Savior. So I guess you're a religious person. What do you mean by God? Do you mean an omnipotent being who can work miracles? Fireman Philosophy says the purpose of life is money. Nothing else matters. Good night. Wow. All right. Well, I certainly don't agree with that. The purpose of life is money. Nothing else matters. I think money is a means to happiness. And if money doesn't lead to happiness, it's worthless. Son of the Savior. All right, some epithets being hurled. Have you ever read Ayn Rand, Austin? I don't remember if I asked you that.
Yeah, I said that I read some snippets because a professor gave me some to read.
Oh, right.
It wasn't part of class, but you know.
That's right. You said
she like printed them out for me. And,
your professor knew Ayn Rand, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I remember that. Okay. Steven says, do you know the difference between Barbara and Cemarent, speaking of logic? I know something about that. Barbara is the syllogism of the form AAA. So if you have three propositions, universal affirmative propositions, all A is B, all B is C, therefore all A is C. That would be what's the medievals called Barbara. They gave names for the various forms of syllogism, at least some of the forms, and that would be a valid form. Like all men are mammals, all mammals are organisms, therefore all men are organisms. That's Barbara. AAA, the vowels standing for the universal affirmative. But Cemarent, where the vowels are E, A, and E, that would be a universal negative. That's what's the E. That's what's the E proposition. No SRP or no ARB, and then A. That's a universal affirmative. All A are C or whatever. I forgot the letters I used, and then another universal negative. No CRB. So yeah, I know those. I mean, I don't remember which ones are valid, which are invalid. If I diagram them, I could figure it out, but I can't just look at the word Cemarent, that name, and tell you immediately, oh yeah, that's a valid form or it's not a valid form. Did you see my $5 post? Says Stephen. I want to know what the best Ayn Rand essay is to gain inspiration. Okay, no, I didn't see that one. I guess I missed that because I can't see all the chats when I'm on a call, but let me do a search and see if I can find that. Hold on a sec. Stephen Katz. Oh yeah, here it is. For 5 of 25, because you have a balance of $25. All right. For $5, if I was going to read one Ayn Rand essay for inspiration this weekend, which one would it be? Okay. Okay, so specifically for inspiration, let me think about that. I guess in general, I would more go to the fiction if you're looking for inspiration. But if you're talking about her essays, where is that? Inspiration. Essays, so nonfiction sources of inspiration. I don't know. It might depend on if you want a certain type of... Hold on. Well, let me think. So she's got her... Where might you look? The Virtue of Selfishness. There's a collection. That's a collection of essays. Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. The Romantic Manifesto. Maybe the more ethical ones. So maybe you would more likely find inspiration in the... Okay, well, how about Apollo 11? So that is in... That was reproduced in her anthology, The Voice of Reason, which came out posthumously, 1995, I think. And I think she regarded that as one of her favorite 3 essays, along with the Compratricos and Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. I think those are the 3 she might have listed as her 3 favorite essays that she wrote. In Apollo 11, that could be inspirational because we made it to the moon, right? And that was a very dramatic... In her way of telling the story, I think you might find that inspirational. The amazing things human beings can do with the faculty of reason. So yeah, maybe that would be a good one to read. At least that's what I can think of right now off the top of my head. That seems like it might be the most inspirational. So there's my recommendation. If I think of something else, I'll mention it later, but yeah, that's what I'm going to go with now. All right, so thanks for the $5, and you now have a balance of $20. And I think I answered all the other super chats. Yeah. Okay, so do I have any other callers? I want to give other people a chance if anyone. I don't see anybody else in the queue. So it looks like Austin is the only caller today so far. All right.
Um, let me
Um,
just
yeah, what's up, Austin?
yeah, let me just respond to I think Mellow Mal wrote something here. Um, the caller seems doubtful that the founding fathers valued the individual over the collective. In my quotes above, I've shown that they did. I just want to. I don't really know what it means to value an individual over a collective, right? Like, would you, like I just don't like. If are you under the impression that if we had asked the same thought experiment that I gave Dan earlier to the founding fathers, like, okay, you have two choices in front of you, right? Like, you can sacrifice your own life, or you can have. I'm sorry, forget sacrifice. You can press this button and you will have a heart attack, or you can press this other button and the entirety of the rest of America would have a heart attack. It's like, okay, which one do you press? I think I think the founding fathers would very clearly have pressed one of these buttons over the other. And maybe like you have a different impression of how the founding fathers would have acted, in which case I might just be wrong. I'm not saying that I'm very experienced in the world or I know history particularly well, but like it's just my impression that there's a very clear answer here for what the founding fathers would have done, and it's not the egoist answer.
Okay. I'm not sure what they would have done. I think they are. I guess they would be less likely to press the button that saves themselves than I would if you told them that they would go on to live happy lives by themselves.
Yeah.
Now, but I also think, I mean, I have the benefit, I would say, of having read Ayn Rand's, whereas the founding fathers didn't. So they were still living in a more, well, in a way, I think the Enlightenment was a rebellion against Christianity. It was moving away from Christianity, but there were still elements of it present. Like I mentioned, the Jefferson Bible, where he did not cut out the ethics of Jesus, he just cut out the miracles, I think. So I think the founding fathers aren't as consistent as an objectivist is on the issue of egoism. But I do think they did value individualism or egoism more than predecessors, but not as much as an objectivist would. So maybe they're somewhat in between you and I, between Austin and I.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my impression is that these people would have sacrificed their lives for a lot less than like literally. I mean, spent their lives for a lot less than literally all of the rest of the country. I mean, they would have probably done it just for their own family, right? Like, forget the rest of the country, like just for their own family, they would have done so. And I think that's a very like real and practical difference in values between egoists and non-egoists.
But I think if you had a conversation with them and you were able to bring Ayn Rand's point of view to the conversation and say, well, you say you're doing this for your family, but is that really what you mean? I mean, is there also a way of looking at this where you could see it as egoistic to die in a way that allows your family to go on even though you don't, because you value your family so much and you want the best for them and it matters a lot to you and you would be miserable without them. So can you sort of see, Jefferson, that it actually is egoistic to spend, if you're going to use that word, spend your life if it enables your family to go on? I think maybe Jefferson would say, I kind of see that. It makes sense to me. I got to think about this some more. I think that maybe there would be a reaction like that. I see someone just did a new super chat. Mellow Mao. It looks like it's. Let's see. Well, let me read it. Thank you again. I appreciate that, Mellow Mao. $4.99. He says the founding fathers had a thought experiment. See my quote above about quotes imminent ruin of the republic. One may choose to die, but not force another. And then he says, Austin seems to think egoist equals I only value myself, and collectivist equals I value things outside myself. This is not Rand's definition, he says. So just to elaborate on that a bit, the egoist does care about things other than himself, but only, at least this is my understanding, only because they are values to him. So, if I value a spouse, I'm valuing something in a sense outside myself, but it's because that spouse matters to me that I value the spouse. So
Okay, but that's just tautological, right? I mean, I would agree with that. Like, obviously, the reason that I value my spouse is that the spouse matters to me, right? Like, that's just like I value my spouse and my spouse matters to me. Those are identical sentences.
maybe they are, but I would also say that is therefore it follows from this that, and here's maybe this is where we might disagree. It follows from that if you spend your life, to use the term you've used, in order so that your spouse can go on without you, that's an egoistic thing to do. Or at least it could be, since you value the spouse.
I think it's just straightforwardly true that I cannot do something unless I desire to do it. Right? And if that's all you mean by egoism, then yeah, I'm an egoist. Like, I can't do something without desiring to do it. Right? Like even in extreme cases where someone holds a gun up to my head and says, "Hey, like, cut off your finger," then I'm cutting off my finger because I want to live. Right? So, like, even though I'm doing this thing that I in some sense don't want to do, I do want to do it because of some other thing. Right? And obviously, like, it's literally just not possible to do something unless you desire to do it, other than, like, minor things like snoring or something, right? Like if you get up and take a walk, then you have to have a desire to take that walk. It's you know what I mean, right? It's like literally just not possible to do something unless you desire to do it. I mean, I'm just repeating myself. And yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but I don't think that makes me, like, egoist. I mean, does it?
Well, you're raising a point in my minds as to, or a question in my minds as to whether you would agree with a viewpoint called psychological egoism as opposed to ethical egoism. So many people think that anything anyone ever does is egoistic. Even someone like Mother Teresa, who is often given as an example of a altruist, an arch example of an altruist. People say, well, she was doing what she wanted to do. She wanted to please God or get to heaven or whatever. And she just had maybe it was an unusual way of being egoistic, but she was being egoistic nonetheless because she was doing what she chose to do. That's put it in terms of choice rather than desire. You were put in terms of desire. Everything you do is something you desire to do. Sometimes it's put in terms of choice. Everything you do is something you chose to do. Oh, hold on. So somebody's calling. Let me see if I can pick that up. You might have to call back.
Yeah.
All right.
And just one quick thing on the founding fathers thing. Like, the founding fathers said a lot of stuff.
Oh, hold on.
I'm pretty
Austin.
sure they also said some. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I gotta see if I can hear this person. It doesn't look like this. I don't see any audio. Did they hang up? Ryan. Oh, Brian with the B. Okay. So have you called in before? Oh, right. Yeah, in the text message, right? Is that what you wanted to talk about today? Or something else? Okay. Okay, we can talk about that. Just let me wrap up this call with Austin, and then I'll come to you. Just hold on a few minutes. Okay. All right. Let's see, Austin. Okay, so Austin, I want to take this other caller, but I'll give you a chance to. You can make
Yeah.
your last point now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell Mellow Mao that, like, yeah, he had a quote where the founding, apparently, like, one of the founding fathers had written that you can't you can't sacrifice the life of an innocent person for the entirety of the republic, and that, like, that's just something that people say, right? Like, people say, like, high-minded idealistic stuff where, like, oh, you make, like, this ridiculous, like, scale where, like, I would sacrifice all of this for just a little bit, and that's how much I care about this little bit. And, like, in reality, things do not play out that way at all, right? Like, people say this about the military as well, like, oh, America would sacrifice so many people just to save one person. And it's like, yeah, sure, we might do that from every once in a while just to demonstrate, like, for fun, that we're so powerful. But, like, obviously in a real war, like, the idea that, like, the opponent takes one hostage and then you would sacrifice, like, you would storm that prison where that one hostage is taken and sacrifice, like, 10 million lives just to save that one guy. I mean, this is all, like, impractical nonsense, right? Like, obviously, if the entire republic was at stake, then unfortunately, one guy, in my opinion, would have to go. I mean, it's just, like, a really obvious choice here. Anyone who's, like, actually doing practical politics would make that choice. And in fact, that choice has probably been made many, many, many times, right? Where it's like, I can't really point at a point in history, but, like, 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 the FBI, the CIA has done so much unethical shit to American citizens, no one gave a fuck, right? And I'm not saying that was good, but I'm just saying that this is not how modern people think, or people back then thought as well. Okay, that'll be it from me. I'll
Okay.
continue listening.
All right. Thanks for calling in.
Yep, thank you.
Yep. Bye. Okay, let me mute Zoom now, and then come back to the Google Voice number. And I might need to take a break, but maybe I'll do that later. Let's see, where is the... Oh, I think this is... I'm going through my various scenes and muting or unmuting in preparation for the next call. All right, so now my chat scene is good to go. My browser scene, I think, is good to go, and I think my basic scene, which you see now, I think is also ready. Okay, so Brian has called in. Actually, let me... Brian, what's your schedule like today? Do you have to go soon, like in 20 minutes, or do you have longer?
No, you can call me back if you need to.
How about this? I'll take a break. I usually break for about 10 minutes, and then after the break, you can call back in, and then we can do our call.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Talk to you soon. Bye. All right. I guess you heard that because I turned on his audio. So I'm going to take a break for, I think, around 10 minutes. It's now 5:34. So if I stop talking at 5:35 p.m. Pacific, then 10 minutes from that would be 5:45. So yeah, that's what I'll do. I'm going to write in the chat on break back at about 5:45 p.m. Pacific. All right. Thanks everyone for being here, and I'll see you on the other side of the break. I am back. Looks like my window might have moved from its usual position. All right, so Brian is going to call in to talk about abortion. That was the plan. I'm trying to find your message. You texted me a message a while ago. I'm reading it now. Silently. I don't know if I should read it out loud. Okay. Yeah, we can talk about that. All right. Well, I'm ready to take your call. Well, maybe I'll look at the chat in the meantime, but you can call in. Call back in whenever you like. John Wayne says, ban the theists. TBG. I don't know what TBG is. I've never seen that one. I've seen TBH, to be honest. Is he being civil? Is she being civil? That's at least one thing I want from my chatters. So even if they disagree, whether they agree or disagree, I just want it to be civil. Maybe Son of the Savior is gone. The last chat from him was 20 minutes ago. Thanks for the likes on the stream, by the way. It's up to 8 likes. All right, well, I don't know if Brian is going to call back in. I told him he could call back in after the break, but I don't see any call from him. So I guess I'll engage with chat. And let's see, we got to 4 out of 5 on the super chat goal. So thanks everyone for helping contribute to that. I'm going to start another goal here. Five super chats of any amounts for 3 hours. Okay. So now I've got a new super chat goal going. And if you want to help support my show, support my work of promoting Ayn Rand's ideas in the world, so we can have a more rational, egoistic, properly understood egoistic world, then you can do a super chat, and I will give your chat priority. Thanks again to everyone who already did a super chat. I'm going to try speaking a little further from the mic. Let me know if it's too soft, but maybe it'll sound better. I want to see how far I can scroll back to 320. All right, I'll give preference to people who are here live. So I don't know who's still here. If you let me know you're still here, then I will give preference to your chat. That'll help me decide which chats to engage with. So if you've got some chat that I haven't engaged with yet and you're still here live, let me know. And then I will go straight to your chats. Oh, Steven says you're here. Okay. Let me look for some of your chats to engage with. Thanks for letting me know. Steven. Oh, Mellow Mao is also still here. Okay, thank you. All right, so let me look for chats from both of you. I know some of Mao's I've already engaged with because they were super chats, and I give those priority. And there was that one PayPal super chat from Steven about an inspirational essay from Ayn Rand. Mellow Mouse says, A is A even if people don't realize it or accept it. That's right. Things are what they are. Although some Buddhists might disagree. Mellow Mao is a Buddhist, so that might be relevant to mention. All right, here's one from Mellow Mao. To the caller, what about the Korean War? China and North Korea had the ambition of conquering South Korea, and then the U.S. stopped it. Is this an example of stopping ambition? I think Antitrust is an example of that. I think Ayn Rand saw it as punishing successful companies because they're successful. Like the companies that get attacked by antitrust lawsuits is a who's who of successful American companies like AT&T, Standard Oil, Microsoft, Apple, Google. And you might think, well, are they really just trying to tear down success? Because I think these companies make us better off. And even when they'll offer products for free, like Microsoft, they bundle a browser, and then Netscape complains, oh, we can't compete with that. So Ayn Rand thought antitrust law was non-objective law, and you might think it's nihilistic law. It doesn't serve any valid pro-life purpose. It's just meant to tear down the successful. I think the Ayn Rand Institute podcast has discussed this at various times. So I think antitrust might be a case of nihilism. And if this is part of the culture, I mean, something that most people, I think, or at least a large number of people, support antitrust. So if there's a sizable number of people who are driven by envy and just want to tear down success and ambition, then it wouldn't be surprising that carries over to other issues like immigration. I don't know much about the Korean War, though. Here's another one from Mellow Mouth. To these comments on communities and freedom, it would be useful to consider the plot of Atlas Shrugged. I've lost the context a bit since this chat was an hour and a half ago. If I read it right when it came in, I would have been able to more easily see the connection to what we were talking about. Okay, I think I read this one already. Oh, actually, maybe I didn't, because I don't remember saying the word Navajo. Two callers claim, consider the collectivist Navajo Nation, where students did not strive in school because no youth wanted to outshine anyone else. This collectivism held them back. I don't think that's confined to Navajos. I think Americans have done that. I think I've observed that in middle school. I might have even been subject to it myself. Thinking like, oh, I don't know if I ever thought this, but people, I think in middle school, I think there was a perception like of smart kids as being nerdy and something or awkward, socially awkward about them. And if you're too smart, if your grades are too good, then that's like it's a sign that there's something wrong with you. So maybe some people didn't want to do well in school. So they didn't stand out from everyone else. What you're saying here reminds me of that. If I ever did think that, I think it was pretty brief, maybe only for a little bit in middle school. But I don't think it's good to ever hold. So, all right, here's one from Steven that I haven't read yet. What have you guys been saying about the USCIS, U.S. Customs and Immigration Services policy memo that was released today? See your on show today? I haven't seen your on show today, so I'm not aware of this memo. I could look it up. Let me do a quick Google on it. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services will grant adjustment of status only in extraordinary circumstances. Is that what you're talking about? Today they announced a new policy reiterating the fact that, consistent with long-standing immigration law and immigration court decisions, aliens seeking adjustment status must do so through consular processing via the Department of State outside the country. Yes, yep, that one, says Stephen. Officers are directed to... Maybe I should share this on the screen. It's from the USCIS website. Officers are directed to consider all relevant factors and information on a case-by-case basis when determining whether an alien warrants this extraordinary form of relief. We're returning to the original intent of the law to ensure aliens navigate our nation's immigration system properly. From now on, an alien who is in the U.S. temporarily and wants a green card must return to their home country to apply, except in extraordinary circumstances. This policy allows our immigration system to function as the law intended, instead of incentivizing loopholes. When aliens apply from their home country, it reduces the need to find and remove those who decide to slip into the shadows and remain in the U.S. illegally after being denied residency. So is this just enforcing laws that are already on the books? I've heard that for many years before this, pre-Trump, that the immigration laws were already on the books, but just not being enforced. And we've seen more stringent enforcement of them in recent months, or since the second term in particular of Trump. And tensions have been ratcheted up, and there have been some high-profile deaths of people protesting ICE, like Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And maybe this is what happens when you try to enforce irrational laws. So maybe what should happen is, instead of enforcing laws on the books, they should repeal the laws. So maybe this is just an example of enforcing some bad law. I'm not sure, though. I'm just encountering this for the first time and speculating on maybe what's happening. That's just my quick first thought. All right. Steven says they think so. I disagree with USCIS. I don't know if Iran would be here if he had to go back to Israel. It will affect a lot of people. So instead of people coming here illegally and then applying for green cards, they have to apply for green cards from their home? Or is it, even if they are here legally, but maybe they're just on a student or worker visa, they cannot apply from here for a green card that is permanent legal residence? They have to go back to their home country? Is that the idea? Adjustment of status. Yeah, I guess that's what it means. Aliens seeking adjustment of status. So I guess if you're here on a student or worker visa, and then you want to adjust that to a permanent legal resident status, you have to go back to your country of origin. Okay. We're returning to the original intent of the law. It's so hard to immigrate legally. It should not be hard. What's the point of making someone go back to their original country? They've been here for years, no problem, and now you force them to go back to their home country? I mean, is that what's going on here? What is the point of that? Is that addressed? We're trying to ensure aliens navigate our immigration system properly. The immigration system is awful. To navigate it properly, I think that often means spending years and thousands, maybe tens of thousands of dollars trying to come here legally. It's a terrible system to navigate. Oh, okay. Is this the rationale? When aliens apply from their home country, it reduces the need to find and remove those who decide to slip into the shadows and remain in the U.S. illegally after being denied residency. Oh, so let's say someone applies to get a green card and it's denied, and then they just stay here. They overstay their visa. And now if we have the policy of they have to apply from their original country, then you're less likely to have to deal with people being here illegally. That's the idea. So is this intended to deal with people who are overstaying their visas? Maybe that's the main target. Stephen says it will affect a lot of people. It's for people on temporary visas. Once it expires, they have to go home now and apply from there. I think that's it. Government wants everyone to wait at home. Imagine if Ayn Rand were subject to this policy. She probably overstayed a visa. I think it's about overstaying visas, yes. Should there even be visas? Like I don't like temporary authorization to come here. I'm not convinced there should be. I like at least a lot of what Harry Benswanger has to say about this. As long as there's no evidence that someone is a physical threat, then they should be treated as innocent until proven guilty, and they should be able to come here. They shouldn't need a license by the government. I guess a visa is kind of like a license. Just as you need a license to drive or practice medicine, the government gets involved with that. I don't think the government should be involved with licensing people to drive, licensing people to practice medicine, or licensing people to temporarily come to the U.S. as students or tourists or workers. So I don't think there should be any visas to overstay. So overstaying wouldn't even be an issue if there aren't any visas to overstay. Why shouldn't it be like that? I'll listen to an argument, but right now, I don't see that there should even be visas. I don't think there were visas back in the 19th century. People would just buy a boat ticket, come on over. I don't think you needed to first get government approval and satisfy some bureaucrat that it's okay for you to come here. You just come here. Maybe you might need to be screened on Ellis Islands. But before that, I don't even know if there was that much. I don't even know if there was screening back in the late 18th or 19th century. I want to Google that. When did the U.S. start requiring visas? I'm going to share it. Google AI says the U.S. began requiring visas for all foreign nationals to enter the country in 1917. Before this law was passed, the U.S. generally maintained an open door policy and did not require passports or visas for entry. The visa system was formalized and became deeply structured under the Immigration Act of 1924, also known as the Johnson-Reed Act, which mandated that travelers obtain proper consular documents. I think that act might have been formulated by some racists, actually. This was around the time when I think eugenics had some popularity, and this Immigration Act of 1924, I think that they tried to skew the pool of immigrants so that it was more Western or Northern Europeans who came over rather than Southern or Eastern Europeans, because they had quotas. They imposed these immigration quotas, which were tied to the U.S. population of 1890, I believe. When by that time there were a lower proportion of Southern and Eastern Europeans, who I guess were frowned upon by the Northern and Western Europeans. Well, some of them frowned. I mean, I don't. But I think there were some racist sentiments that were behind some of the immigration laws around that time. And actually, I heard that Hitler praised some of the U.S. immigration laws. Actually, I want to... And you might think, well, if Hitler's praising them, then you might want to question whether these are actually good laws. But let me look that up. Did Hitler praise U.S. immigration laws? Here it is. Let me share this. Yes, Adolf Hitler praised U.S. immigration laws in his 1925 book Mein Kampf and his unpublished 1928 second book. Hitler specifically lauded the U.S. as a pioneer in creating a race-based social order. His praise focused on two main aspects of U.S. policy: the Immigration Act of 1924. That's the one I just read about, Johnson-Reed Act. Hitler commended the U.S. for its strict quotas. Oh, somebody's calling. Is that Brian? No, that's somebody else. I guess you can hear that ring, because I think I didn't turn off the ringer after Brian. Okay. I just muted. All right, so if that's you calling in, I might take your call, but can you let me know in the YouTube chat if that's you? And then maybe I will screen your call. But, well, I mean, I'll screen it regardless, but if you don't mind, please let me know in the YouTube chat if that's you who's trying to call in. But let me just finish reading this thing about Hitler. Oh, you say that's me? In the chat, someone says that's me. I run a white heritage Sikh mission service. What is that? All right, maybe I'll screen you a little bit here in the chat instead of on a call. What is White Heritage Sikh Mission Service? No, don't call in. Can you tell me? Just tell me in the chat. Well, maybe you can call in. I don't know. As long as I got my mute settings on. So let me just... make sure they're on all my scenes. I don't want some racist pro-white person to call in, like a racist white. But you say you're a Sikh, so maybe I'm just not understanding. I don't know what you mean, but I want to know more about what you mean. Screen capture. All right, I'm ready to take a call. If you want to call back, you can call back and I can screen you, or you can just answer my question in the chat. Oh, it is a white heritage preservation. Nick says we can hear the ringing. All right, it's ringing now, but I think only I hear it. Hello? Yeah, I was just reading your chat. So let me read what you say. It is a white heritage preservation and advocacy organization, as well as a... Well, hold on. Let me just read what you wrote there. It is a white heritage preservation and advocacy organization, as well as a spiritual mission service inspired by the word of Guru Nanak through Gobind Singh. It's to make white people. So Stephen then says, what does Sikhism have to do with white people? I don't think I want to take the call just now because you might just be a troll. I don't know. Sometimes people... Well, often, I mean, you could say a sentence. Only I'm not going to put you through to YouTube, but you could tell me a sentence right now, and that will... Go ahead. All right, go ahead. Give me a sentence. All right, this is a pretty long sentence. You were going to give me one sentence. That's more like okay, yeah. So I'm not gonna. I didn't really follow too closely, but no, I don't. I don't think I want to take this call. So, all right. Yep. Bye bye. Okay. I just went to his YouTube channel, and the too long didn't read summary says Southern Pride, White Heritage Sikhi, Gurmat for Wasps, White Anglo-Saxon Protestants, and Weirdos. All right. Yeah, I don't think this would make for a good call. All right, well, so much for that. Some views, I guess, they're just too far out there. I doubt it would lead to productive, valuable conversation. At least by my lights, by my standards. So, gonna pass on that one. The abortion person, he never called back in, so I guess maybe something came up for him, or he changed his mind. Anyway, let me go back to what I was reading. Oh, I see you're in the chat now. You say, I really want a productive talk. I'm nicer than Fuentes. Well, okay. Well, wanting a productive talk might not necessarily imply there will be. And being nicer than Fuentes, I think that's a pretty low bar. I hope you're not in Fuentes' camp. But if you talk about pro-white advocacy, I start to wonder. All right, where was I? Oh, yes, I was reading this AI overview about Hitler. Let me go back to that. Hitler praised U.S. immigration laws. So his praise focused on two main aspects of U.S. policy: the Immigration Act of 1924. Hitler commended the U.S. for its strict quotas, which favored Northern European immigrants while restricting those from Southern and Eastern Europe and explicitly excluding Asians. He admired this as a way to maintain the country's Nordic racial character. He praised the U.S. for categorically refusing the immigration of physically unhealthy, in quotes, people and excluding specific races. He viewed America as the only country making progress toward the type of racist state that the Nazis later sought to build. This deep interest in U.S. race laws later heavily influenced the development of the anti-Semitic Nuremberg laws in 1935. For a detailed historical account of this influence, you can explore Yale Law School Professor James Q. Whitman's book, Hitler's American Model, the U.S. in the Making of Nazi Race Law. So there's something for you, Austin. It sounded like you were skeptical that people in the U.S., at least today, have racist motivations. Didn't you say something like that? Well, maybe this provides some evidence that at least in the past they did. And maybe some of that past sentiment is coming back. Nick Fuentes says Hitler is cool. Did you see that? He thought Hitler is cool in his interview with Piers Morgan. I can call back in if there's nobody else and we can discuss this. The racist immigration law? Maybe. Maybe I should read some more of the chats first, though. All right, well, I'll keep that in mind as a possibility, but I want to at least spend a little more time on the chat right now. And there were young Republicans, right, recently in the last year or so, didn't they? I didn't follow that closely, but I think there has been a rise in anti-Semitism in recent years. So I was reading some of Stephen's chat about immigration. I think that's what got us into this. From this one about the recent policy memo that came out. That's what got us on the topic of, well, I guess we were already talking about immigration in the call, but we continued talking about it. Okay, I read this one from Mellow Mao already. It didn't seem like a very good call-in show if you don't want to talk to the guys watching. Says Creativity Sync Saint Soldiers CFLA. That's the one who called in, whose call I screened and decided not to take. Well, I want my calls to have a certain quality, a certain level of quality, and if I judge that they're not going to meet that level, then, or at least probably won't, then I think it actually makes for a better call-in show to not just take any random caller who wants to call in. I get trolls. Maybe you're one. I don't know. I'm starting to be a little suspicious though with some of the things I'm seeing, but I think it makes for a better call-in show if you have certain standards that you adhere to, and you don't necessarily take any and everyone who wants to call in. You try to assure my intentions. Yeah, well, I've seen trolls do that before. The troll doesn't admit he's a troll, typically, I think. They don't say, yeah, I'm a troll. Have me on. All right, let's see what else we got here. Even if you're not a troll, though, there's some topics or perspectives which I don't think they would make for good conversations. I at least doubt it. I guess I didn't find the trailer convincing enough to persuade me anyway that it was likely to go well. All right, so who else is here? Anybody? Steven says immigration is all about race. LOL. Or the LOL was first. I don't understand that. Are you reacting to what I said or what the caller said? I don't understand what you mean there, Stephen. Yes, Dr. Johnson is William Samuel Johnson. He is listed as an American founding father on Wiki, among other sources. Really? Why would he be an American? He was British, right? Did he have a role in? I don't know much about him. He was the compiler of one of the early dictionaries on the English language. All right, well, Google's AI says yes, a Samuel Johnson. Oh, this is not the same. Okay, I guess so. I was thinking of the British Samuel Johnson. This is a different Samuel Johnson, whose full name is William Samuel Johnson. Okay. Where was the... Oh, yeah, Dr. Johnson said, the great end of my being is that my rational and immortal nature may be completely and endlessly happy. Okay. My mind just went straight to the other Samuel Johnson, so I understand now. The problem with saying the founding fathers, says Stephen, is there were so many of them with different views and contexts. Roman Viking is here. Nick is here. Okay, thank you. Well, let me see if I can find some of your chats then. Roman Viking, because I've seen some from you, but I don't think I've engaged with them, at least not much so far today. Where do you come into the chat? Oh, here's one. So long and thanks for all the fish. What does that mean? Looks like that was shortly after the call with Austin. So maybe that's directed at Austin, who called in. So long and thanks for all the fish. I don't understand that though. What do you mean, the fish? Was that the only? Maybe that was the only chat from Roman Viking earlier. All right. Well, here's one for you from you. Can intellectual property rights? I haven't seen any. If I saw some from you, Nick, I would engage with it. So if there's something you want me to engage on, let me know. Oh, I see your star here. The background of it changed color. It's now a light blue. I think it used to be dark blue. Maybe I think that means you've been a channel member for at least 1 month. Because I think the star changes color the longer you are a member, maybe every month. So thanks for being a member for more than a month. All right, Roman Viking says, can intellectual property rights be a violation of non-intellectual property rights? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, The Secret Message of the Dolphins. All right, I don't know about that. Haven't read that book. Can intellectual property rights be a violation of non-intellectual? Well, rights should all be compatible with each other. If they're not, then they have to be defined in such a way that they are, but there can't be any inherent conflict between rights. If there is, then there might be some work that philosophers of law have to do in order to sort things out. I don't know what would be an example. Like maybe someone's right to do business causes they engage in business, and as a result, let's say it's a oil refinery and they pollute, and then the pollution affects other people. So other people have a right to breathe air of a certain quality, and the oil refiners have a right to do business. So now you might have to sort out, well, how do we allow these people to coexist? Do we need to put some restrictions on the business, or should people just have to put up with the pollution if they want to live in an area near a refinery, like maybe Los Angeles, and maybe if they want cleaner air, they have to move somewhere else, like Montana or Wyoming? What's the best way to handle it? Whose rights, if anyone's rights, are being violated? But it has to be sorted out so that rights they all mesh with each other and they're consistent. There's no conflict in rights. So I don't know how intellectual property rights could be a violation of non-intellectual property rights. Do you have an example in mind? All right, here's... Objective Ethics is still here. Ish. Still listening while I work anyways. Okay, thanks for letting me know. You're in the restaurant business, I think, if I recall correctly. Some jobs you can listen in the backgrounds. other jobs, they require your full concentration. If a certain patent or copyright bars me from using my material property in a way which would violate such patent or copyright, there is a conflict. Oh, somebody called in to Zoom? All right. I don't know who that is. I don't know if that's a troll. If that's you, could you let me know in the YouTube chat if that's you? By the way, the super chat is still open. If anyone wants their chat to get priority, you can put some dollars on it. Okay, let me read this again from Roman Viking. If a certain patent or copyright bars me from using my material property in a way which would violate such patents or copyrights, there is a conflict. Can you give an example, a more concrete example? How would a certain patent or copyright bar you from using your material property in a way which would violate such patent or copyright? Yeah. Yeah, I want a more concrete example, because I'm still not understanding where there would be a conflict or why there would be one. All right. Now, Creativity Seek is using the term goyim, which I think sometimes is considered offensive or a slur. I wonder if I'm going to have to end up blocking him. He says he doesn't believe in freedom of speech. Okay. Roman Viking. Says, like, for example, I would not be allowed to sell a copy of a machine that is already patented. even if I came up with the idea of how the machine works with my own mind. Okay. And then you say I would not be allowed to sell the machine in that case. If I built this machine with my material I own, I wouldn't be allowed to construct and sell the machine because that would violate someone's patents. Okay. Well, I don't know that you have a right in that case. I think there's whoever is first to the patent office has the right. I don't know much about this, but I've heard that that's how it works. And even if you came up with some idea independently, if you didn't go through the steps before somebody else did that you need to in order to secure your right, then you don't have a right to it. The other person got there first. I don't know if there's a better system than that, but I don't see that as a case of your property or someone else's intellectual property rights being a violation of your non-intellectual property rights. Because I guess if your non-intellectual property rights, by that if you mean your right to sell something that was a product of your own mind, I don't think you have that right if someone else got a patent before you did. And I think the system works something like that. So, but I don't see that as a violation of your rights. It might be unfortunate for you, but I don't know that there's a better system. It might be even more unfortunate if we didn't have that system. Because is there a better alternative? And maybe you could still use your invention, but just not sell it. If you came up with it independently, maybe you could. If you built a new type of mousetrap, maybe you could still use your type of mousetrap, but not just. Maybe you just couldn't sell it on the market, since the other person has the patents. What about we abolish all intellectual property rights, says Roman, and would still enforce trademarks and protect against fraud? Abolish all intellectual property rights. And still enforce trademarks. So let's take an example, like what Ayn Rand wrote her books, Atlas Shrugged, for example. So what if we abolished her intellectual property rights? Then anyone could reproduce her work and then put their name on it and say Atlas Shrugged by Joe Schmo. Would that be... But then you say enforce trademarks. I don't know. I'm not clear on what the difference is between patents and copyrights on the one hand and then trademarks on the other. You say yep. I don't know what that means though. That is the result, you say? Oh, so if we abolished IP rights, then any random person could publish a book titled Atlas Shrugged and say it's by him. And do you have a problem with that? Or you think that's okay? Or you think there's a way to handle that other than through IP rights? It would be handled through some other means like trademarks, or let me look up trademarks. Patents deal with inventions. Copyrights deal with artistic works. I think I heard the distinction put that way. Intellectual or artistic works, something like that. But let me look. Trademark versus copyright versus patents. A trademark protects brand identity, like logos and names. Copyright protects creative works, like books, music, and software. And a patent protects inventions, processes, machines. Okay. Well, Atlas Shrugged is not just a logo or a name, so I don't think just having a trademark would protect it. So seems like that would be a problem if you didn't have copyrights. If you didn't have intellectual property. But do you think it would be better to not have intellectual property, Roman Viking? Yes. Oh, there's one before that. You say, I see that it's unfair to not let the original author benefit from her work. And I also don't like that I'm not allowed to improve/experiment with the content and come up with my own variation of the story. Oh, the Y was not yes. It was just the last letter of the word story, which you didn't have enough characters to fit into your first chat. You don't like that you're not allowed to improve/experiment with the content and come up with your own variation of the story. There are arguments pro and con in my eyes. Well, I think you can vary a work, and if it's varied enough, then you can get your own copyright. And I think this is something that takes some work to figure out. Like, how different does an invention have to be in order to be considered a new patentable invention? Or if it's a creative work, how different does it have to be a new copyrightable invention? Like if there's the original Star Wars trilogy and then you want to do a prequel or a sequel, well, you might think, well, that's different enough, so if you can make your own Star Wars movie. But maybe there's a trademark on that name Star Wars that belongs to George Lucas, or at least at one time did. so that you couldn't call your prequel or your sequel Star Wars. You would have to call it something else. But maybe if you want to experiment or improve, if you think it couldn't be improved, some novel, then I guess if you make it different enough, like I don't think you could just change one comma, replace one comma, and say, "All right, I've got a new work here. Give me the copyright." It has to be significantly, substantially different. At least I know that's how it works with fair use. Like I can't just take somebody else's video off YouTube and publish it on my YouTube channel. That's not fair use. If I don't get their permission. I mean, if they give me permission, that's fine. But if I don't have their permission and I just want to get more channels on more views on my channel, I can't just take someone else's video and put it on mine. But if I transform the work enough, let's say I do a reaction video on somebody else's video, I comment on it, then I've transformed the work into a new product, new enough so that it's fair use. And sometimes it might be a gray area. It's not clear. Like, if you just do 5 seconds of commentary on a 1 hour or a 5 hour video, that probably wouldn't fall under fair use. But where exactly do you draw the line? Maybe that has to be handled on a case-by-case basis. But if your work transforms the original work enough, then I guess you could get a patent or a copyright of your own on it. But I don't know how you determine how much is enough, how much transforming is enough. All right, I see some chats from Steven coming in. Let me read those. You should look up the time Outkast was sued for using Rosa Parks' name for their album. I found that fascinating. The only Johnny Cochran case I know other than O.J. Simpson. All right, I haven't heard of that one. I have heard I guess it was Leonard Peikoff who controls the estate of Ayn Rand's, not allowing musical bands, rock groups. I'm not sure what kind of band it was, but I think there was a band, or maybe more than one band, who tried to name their band after Ayn Rand's. I don't know if it was her novels or some of the characters in the novels, and I think he might have not allowed that. But it's been many years since I heard about this, so I can't remember many details about it. But maybe I thought of that because you said this group Outkast wanted to use someone's name, Rosa Parks' name. So Rosa Parks, maybe she didn't allow that, or her estate didn't allow that. Maybe I'll look that up later. If the band had something to say about Rosa Parks, that would have been okay. But in their song, Rosa Parks, their only line referencing her was, get on down to the back of the bus. So it was not a favorable line towards her. So she was able to sue, or her state was. All right, then we got some more from Roman Viking. Oh, now there's 2 people in the Zoom waiting room. I think it's the same person as before who tried to call in. And it's the same name, but it appears twice, so you called in twice. Is this the... And I asked, I think I said to let me know in the YouTube chat. This might, I'm concerned this might just be a troll, so if that's you in Zoom, please let me know in the YouTube chat. If that's you. But I'm feeling a bit suspicious, so I think it might be better to just have you say if it's you in the YouTube chat first. Disney has been extending the time limit on copyright for years, says Steven. With few exceptions, I think they still have the copyright on everything after Steamboat Willie. I would have to ask the original author for permission, or the estate of the original author, if it's after the death of the author, right? If you want to experiment, or what did you say? Improve/experiment with the content. How do you just demonstrate your productive mental effort? Take a look at pharmaceuticals, for example. There have been combination of cancer drugs in India which were superior to standard Western combination and a condition of joining a free trade. Oh, agreement. A condition of joining a free trade agreement was to follow Western patents law, and as a result, they couldn't produce the combination anymore because they contained substances which were patented in the West. We received an inferior product because one company went to the patent office first. Potential deadly consequences. So it was a condition of joining a free trade agreement that they follow the Western patent law. All right, so this is not within a country. This is an issue that pertains internationally or between countries. So maybe they are free to offer their cancer drug combination, but just not be part of the treaty or the free trade agreement. As a result, they couldn't produce the combinations anymore because they contain substances which were patented in the West. I wonder if you've ever written to Adam Mossoff about this. Do you know Adam Mossoff? He's a expert on this area, an objectivist or Ayn Rand's fan, I think. And he specializes in intellectual property. I wonder what he would have to say about this case. He certainly knows a lot more about it than I do. Sometimes he's been a guest on your On Brook show, and you could do a super chat when he's there, but of course that might happen very rarely. But you might still be able to just send him an email or send him a message on X, and maybe he can address this. I once replied to one of his tweets or his posts on X, and he replied to my posts publicly, but you could either try to do it publicly or send him a DM. I'll try, thanks, you say. Okay, sure, you're welcome. I think the timeline, the limit, I think the limit is the author's lifetime plus 70 years, says Stephen. So I think ARI loses its copyright in 2052 because Ayn Rand died in 1982, and 70 years after that is 2052. What are they going to do then? I don't know. Hopefully there will be plenty of widely available official original versions so that they're always accessible. There are sources now like the Internet Archive where you can find old works, and that might be at least one place where you can find Ayn Rand's original works and be sure that you're not reading something that's been changed. I heard Leonard Peikoff say in an interview maybe a couple years or so ago that he was trying to get Ayn Rand's publisher I don't know if that's Penguin Books, to agree that they wouldn't change anything about Rand's works. And he gave some examples, at least. I think one example might have been not using the word fat. I'm not sure about this. I'm trying to remember what it was, but for some reason that's coming to mind. Maybe because that's offensive. Some people find that offensive and hurts their feelings. And I think the more general context he was trying to ward off is having Ayn Rand's works conform to a woke, I think he even used that term, a woke ideology. And maybe that involves at least partly being sensitive to so-called microaggressions, which maybe some people get triggered by the word fat. And so I don't know if there was an actual push on the part of some party to make certain changes in Rand's works, but it was something at least vaguely along these lines. But I don't know if that's something that he was trying to prevent happening before 2052 or whatever this limit is that Stephen is referring to, or if this was something else. Would it be fraud to publish works under her name if she didn't write them? I think so. You're passing off as her work something that she didn't write. And I think fraud, that's where you're getting someone to do something which they didn't consent to without directly using force. But like I've given the example before of labeling food at a grocery store. Like if you label a yogurt as having only 50 calories when in fact it has 300, and someone gives you money, they buy the yogurt on the assumption that it is as it's labeled, that it actually has 50 calories. So it would be fraud to label it as having 50 calories when in fact it has 300. And likewise, with Rand's, you're labeling something as a product of Ayn Rand's when it's actually not that. At least not purely that. I don't think it matters. I mean, there are larger and smaller frauds. So if you only change one comma, I guess that would be a smaller fraud than if you changed an entire chapter. But fraud nonetheless. And the principle covers both cases. The principle of respecting rights. I think it's wrong in principle to engage in fraud regardless of the size. Like it's not okay to steal if you're only stealing a 50-cent candy bar as opposed to $1,000 worth of merchandise. So I don't think the amount is relevant to whether it's fraud. It's just, it would be relevant to how big of a fraud it is. But I think it would still be fraud. I guess Edward gave up. He's no longer in the Zoom waiting room. I was just wondering if I should try to screen his call. but maybe that's not going to happen. How does the court decide what the word calories means? How do they check for semantics and be objective with the word? Would Merriam-Webster become an arbiter of truth by deciding what words mean? I'm not sure how that would be dealt with. Well, calories, I think that's a scientific term. It's a certain amount of heat, maybe measured in joules. I forget. It's been a long time since I've learned about that. But I think there's a scientific definition of what a calorie is. And there are international standards, just like with the meter, right? There's a scientific definition of the meter, like the distance light travels in a certain amount of time. I think at least, I don't know if that's the way that it's defined right now. A calorie is a unit of energy. Scientifically, it is the amount of heat energy required to raise the temperature of 1 gram of water by 1 degree Celsius. In the context of nutrition and food, it refers to a kilocalorie, 1,000 calories, which measures the energy your body gets from food. I just shared that. So I guess that's the definition the court would use, because I think this is the standard scientific definition that's used. So that's not coming out of Merriam-Webster. That's coming out of the scientific community, I guess. Stephen says, judges look to the ordinary reasonable interpretations of words. I think they'd ask how businesses ordinarily use the word calories. Well, I think when they put calories on food labelings, I think that's based on the scientific definition that I just read you. I don't know if there's some other definition of calories. But I seem to recall that at least one way to measure calories in food is you actually burn it, and then you see how much heat it gives off. And then that enables you to know how many calories are in it. There's also something called a reasonable person standard, right? At least I've heard of this. What does a reasonable person think about something or other? All right, well here, AI says the reasonable person standard is a legal fiction that represents how an ordinary, average, and prudent person would act, care, or behave in a specific situation. It serves as the primary benchmark used by judges and juries to determine whether someone's actions were negligent or legally blameworthy. So maybe there's something like the reasonable person standard when it comes to interpreting words. What would a reasonable person take something to mean? All right, how are we doing on likes? We got 8 likes now. That's what it says on my end. Thanks for those. Still got the super chat open. If anyone wants to support the show. Forgot I was sharing my studio. This is my YouTube studio view. You can see the spike in viewers who's come by. A lot of people came by in the second hour of this show. Oh, Roman said he liked. Thank you. I see it just went up to 9. Appreciate that. Usually I have more likes by this time. I think it's usually in the double digits by now. For some reason, my last couple streams haven't been pushed out by YouTube as much as the ones before it. Let me see if I can get some actual numbers here and show you. Yeah, let me show you this. Here's another part of my YouTube studio. So you see, this is the current stream, the one at the top here. So far, 165 views today. And the previous stream got 295 views. Then before that, 326. But look, before that, 960. That's like 3 times the number of views compared to the next one. And then before that, 854. Over 1,000. Again, over 1,000. 1,300. All right, this one's a bit lower. Look at this one, 4,500 views. What's going on here? Why was I getting these large number of views? 1,700. Now, before that, it was lower. Well, it was usually lower. See if I go all the way back. It used to be very rare to get over 300 views. But then for about a month, I was getting a lot of views. And I don't know what happened. Like, was I just getting lucky that month in the algorithm? I mean, I don't think my show has changed much. I think it's pretty much the same quality of show, but I'm getting very different number of views But the last 3 shows, it's gone down. It's like from this one, it was at 960, and then it like that got cut in third. In my last 3 shows, it seems like I'm getting far fewer views. I don't understand why that is. And I saw another content creator on YouTube, David Pakman, whose show I've called into. He put out a video recently where he was saying he's been losing a lot of viewers as well, or the number of views has gone down a lot. So maybe YouTube has changed their algorithm somehow. Now, I don't know. Maybe what I'm experiencing right now is normal, and maybe I just got spoiled for a month or so, and the baseline is more like where I am now. So maybe I shouldn't expect more than this, but I thought for a while, maybe my thumbnail isn't. I see Roman Viking just came in with the €4 super chat. Thank you. I appreciate that. I thought maybe I had too many topics on my thumbnail, and maybe I should use fewer topics, and maybe people would more likely click on the thumbnail and go to my show. But then I looked at the click-through rate. So the click-through rate is a metric that's it's measured in YouTube. So what that means is the number of people who see your thumbnail and who also click on it. So let's say my thumbnail appears in the feed of 100 people who are surfing on YouTube, and then 5 of those 100 people who see my thumbnail actually click on it. Then that would be a click-through rate of 5%. And I thought, okay, well, maybe my click-through rate has gone down because I added too many topics on my thumbnail. But then I looked at my click-through rate, and it was actually higher, at least higher than normal, the current thumbnail that I'm using. So it's not like my thumbnail is turning people off. People are actually clicking on it. Is it just that they're clicking on it, but they're not staying to watch? But then I look at my watch time, and my watch time is still high, maybe even higher than it is normally in my recent shows. So now I think if YouTube detects that people, they're either not clicking on your thumbnail or they are clicking on it, but they don't stay to watch, then they will recommend your video to fewer people. But it doesn't look like my click-through rate has gone down. I don't think my watch time, once people click on it, has gone down. So what's going on? What would explain why is YouTube pushing my videos out to fewer people than it was a month ago? I don't know. Maybe I just got lucky that month. Or maybe they somehow tweaked their algorithm that's resulting in fewer views now. Anyways, hopefully I can keep growing this, and you all can help with that by subscribing, liking, watching, sharing, engaging, etc. And I appreciate all of you who have done that. Thanks also to my non-live viewers. Would you be interested to debate Liquid Zulu? He tries to connect anarcho-capitalism and objectivism. I don't know if I would want to debate him. I've considered that before, but I'm not sure I do want to debate him. If someone is smearing Rand or distorting her view by calling something objectivism, which is not objectivism, then that makes me doubt whether it's a good idea to debate them. It's an issue of sanction. I don't want to sanction certain behaviors, and I wonder if I might be doing that if I debated. I wonder if I might be sanctioning something I shouldn't if I debated Liquid Zulu. And there's more I could say on that, but maybe I'll just leave it at that for now. Well, you could tell him how he is wrong, says Roman Viking. Yeah, I could, but I'm not sure that's the best way to deal it. Sometimes I think it can be more powerful to not engage with someone. I think it might send a stronger message than engaging with someone and then trying to tell them how they went wrong. And there's also a difference between private engagement and public engagement. Like I might be, maybe I would more likely have a private conversation with them, just one-on-one, maybe through DM. But I guess I'd be more open to doing that than doing a public conversation. I mean, I don't have a final view on this, but maybe that gives you a sense of where I'm at right now on that topic. I think Mr. Beast was saying his views are down recently, says Nick. Okay. I hadn't heard about that. I mean, somebody's views are always going to be down, I guess. Because I would think YouTube is always making tweaks to their algorithm, and sometimes the tweaks help you, sometimes they hurt you. And I don't want to leap to think there's some conspiracy. I mean, I'm a pretty small YouTuber, so I doubt I'm really on YouTube's radar. But if you're a huge creator with millions of subscribers, then maybe it's more plausible to think that you're getting targeted. I don't know, like how, if they have ways of targeting certain ideologies, viewpoints, like if they want to target right-wing people or left-wing people or centrists, is there some knob they can turn, so to speak, on the algorithm to target those people? Or does it not work like that? I don't know. But overall, the channel's been growing, and that's good. So I'm definitely pleased with that. Started it 7 years ago, and I've grown more since I started live streaming. I've grown at a faster rate since I started live streaming, which was March of 2025. So about a year and 2 months ago, I started live streaming. My watch time has gone up a lot since then. I've shown that on the screen before. Maybe I should show that again. It's been a while. Yeah, I'll show this. So this shows the entire lifetime of my channel. I started it 7 years ago here, July of 2019. And I started live streaming here, March of 2025. And you can see how much the watch time has increased. This is measuring watch time. So per day, I think this is per day. So 111.1 hours. So I've gone above that. I've got that many hours of watch time in one day. It looks like 2 or 3 times. But it used to be, I would never get that much watch time in one day. Sometimes I get less than 1 hour per day for years. And now I'm regularly getting dozens of hours of watch time per day. So that's encouraging growth on the channel. And I think you all are a part of it right now. If you're watching me right now, you are contributing to my watch time hours. And I don't have ads turned on. I haven't turned on ads yet. That's something I could do. So far, I've taken super chats, super stickers, but I haven't turned on ads on my video. But I've considered it. I think, let's see. Did I think you might even see ads during a live stream. Can you see ads during a live stream on YouTube? It says yes. At least it's an option. I thought maybe you would only see ads if you're not watching live, but actually it could happen that you see ads even if you are watching live. But I haven't turned that on. Maybe I should do that. Make some more money that way. Or maybe I could give you all we could try to have a deal where if I get a certain amount in super chats, then I won't turn on the ads. But if I get below that amount, maybe I'll turn on the ads. So maybe I can encourage some more super chats by saying that if I get enough super chat money, I won't turn on ads on my videos. But I do want to make money on this. I want to make this self-sustaining financially, so I don't have to do other things. And maybe one way to help with that is to turn on ads. So I've considered doing that, but I haven't done it yet. Maybe my viewers will go down, or maybe my watch time will go down if I start taking ads. But maybe it's worth it. I might lose some viewers, but maybe I'll make enough money additionally that it's worth doing it. I'm not sure. Steven says, nice, you've been growing. Yes, indeed. Thanks. All right, we're in the double digits now on likes. We're up to 10 likes. Thank you. 10 people watching and 10 likes. All right, I'm looking at the chat again. Looking good, says Roman. Thanks. Mellow Mouse says, cool to see the trends in number of page views. I agree with you that the recent trend is something with the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, because I don't think my show has changed. I think my content has been pretty consistent through the ups and the downs on the number of views. So maybe YouTube they made some tweak to their algorithm. Roman Viking, do you live in Europe? 3 a.m. now? You are dedicated. And then he says, yeah, I should go to sleep. I expected something might happen in Iran. Okay. Well, I appreciate you watching at 3 a.m. or whatever time it is. Roman Viking, maybe you're in Scandinavia or Rome. You don't have to say, of course, but one might guess. Were there any honest and logically sound, or at least tighter than most, critiques of Ayn Rand? Is that a question about Liquid Zulu or what? Oh, I guess this is an answer. Not yet. I think he believes taking her philosophy to the logical conclusion would yield ANCAP. Well, he has videos where he criticizes Rand's, and I'm not very familiar with those videos, so I can't say right now what his arguments are, but I guess he has some kind of disagreement with her, which, that's not why I wouldn't talk to him, or at least why have some reluctance. I talk to all kinds of people who disagree with her, but they don't call themselves objectivists. He calls himself an objectivist, and or at least an anarcho-objectivist, and I don't like that, because I think it misrepresents her philosophy. Now, if you're a so-called open objectivist, and I think he is, I've seen him debate that topic, you might think, oh, it's fine to use this term objectivism, even if it's not what Ayn Rand called objectivism. But I don't agree with that. I think it's a proper name which refers to what she wrote. So if it's very clear that you accept some idea she rejected, like anarchism, then I don't think you should call yourself an objectivist. It's not to say you're wrong. It's just to say I don't think you should call yourself an objectivist. Maybe you are wrong, but that's a separate issue from what you should call it. Oh, Audrey is here. Hello. Intriguing Facts is in the chat. Can you tell me why you are pro-choice? I am too, but I would like to hear your reasons. Okay. Well, I don't use that term pro-choice for the view that abortion should be legal. And I don't think the side that opposes abortion should be called pro-life, because I think they're anti-life. If what life means is the life of human beings, I don't think fetuses are human beings. until they're born. Then they become human beings. Before that, I think they're human fetuses. But to be a human fetus is not to be a human being. To be a human being is to be an independent entity, an individual, which a fetus is not. While it's living on the inside of its mother. And I think only individuals have rights. So I don't think I don't think the fetus has any rights. Whereas the mother does. She is an individual. She is a human being. An actual human being, not just a potential human being. You could say the fetus is a potential human being. But I don't think it's an actual human being until it's an independent entity, which means until after it's born. So there's a little about why I think abortion is good. Not that I think everyone should get one, of course, but just that I think it's an option worth having. It's good in that it helps women prevent unwanted pregnancies. That's why I put it in the good category on my backgrounds. But many things can be used or misused, used or abused. I might put food in the good category, but you can of course abuse food and eat a bad diet, an unhealthy diet, have a heart attack as a result. And you could do that with abortion. You could use it in an irrational way, but properly used, I think it's good that we have it. Is it okay to conclude that religious sermons contain helpful components, or does the fact that all of its advice comes from anti-reason poisons, or does the fact that all of its advice comes from anti-reason poison, I think there's a typo there, poisons everything a preacher says? Well, I think there is some poison there. How much could vary from preacher to preacher. Well, you need to decide what makes sense to you. So if what a preacher is saying makes sense on his own terms, then okay, but insofar as he's asking you to take something on faith, that's bad. I wouldn't accept that. I haven't thought about this issue much, but I think at least maybe it's right to conclude that religious sermons at least can contain helpful components. They might be anti the religion, though. There was some preacher, what was his name? Ike? Somebody? The Reverend Ike? Which, I think I heard this from Harry Benzmeyer, that Ayn Rand liked him. Or at least aspects of him. Because he had what was it about? pro-entrepreneurial approach, or like you can make your life better, take your life into your own hands. And it wasn't as, I think his message wasn't a kind of doom and gloom sort of message. You're just a pawn in God's plan and nothing is up to you. I mean, I think this is something religions, or Christianity at least, struggles with. Like, how do you reconcile personal responsibility with God's foreknowledge, or can you make sense of that? But different preachers might put more and less emphasis on what is up to you. And you might think, well, in the end, it's all incoherent. It's not consistent with religious determinism or God's foreknowledge. But maybe some preachers don't focus on that, and they do focus more on a message of personal responsibility. I'm actually curious to take a quick Google of the Reverend Ike. It's been a long time since I looked him up. American minister and evangelist. Based in New York City. He was known for the slogan, "You can't lose with the stuff I use." Though his preaching is considered a form of prosperity theology, Reverend Ike diverged from traditional Christian theology and taught what he called science of living. That was from Wikipedia. I'll share that. Prosperity theology. Let's see what that says. Sometimes referred to as the prosperity gospel, the health and wealth gospel, the gospel of success, etc., is a belief among some charismatic Protestants originating in the U.S. that financial blessing and physical well-being are always the will of God for them, and that faith, positive scriptural confession, and giving to charitable and religious causes will increase one's material wealth. It's considered heretical by almost all other Christian denominations. So if you get wealthy, this is a sign that you're divinely favored. So you shouldn't be proud of being poor. Like, you might think, well, if you're a good Christian, you have to give away all your wealth and be poor, live like a monk. But maybe this is promoting wealth. Maybe it's rationalizing wealth. I don't know. Anyway, you can look into Reverend Ike if you want. I think I'm going to come back to the chat now. Some Christians theorize on the foundation of free will, even if they believe that God gave them free will. Oh, Audrey has to go now. All right. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. Adios, senors and senoritas. All right. Thanks for coming by, Audrey. Maybe I'll engage with some of your chats while you're gone. I like listening to Joel Osteen, says Stephen. He tells us to stop focusing on your flaws and fight negative thoughts. choose to be happy. I believe there is some science behind those notions. Audrey says, I can't post links in the chat. They get removed. Yeah, it does that. YouTube automatically removes them. I think there might be a setting that I can change so that you can post links. But I'm not sure I want to turn that on. I might then get a bunch of spam trolls. Not from you, but other people might come by and spam all kinds of links. And then she says, if you Google Michael Huemer critique of objectivism, you'll find a link entitled "Why I am not an objectivist." Yeah, I've seen that. I think I read some of that a long time ago. I don't remember it well though. I believe he would call himself an ANCAP, but I'm not sure. Audrey says, Michael Huemer has the best critique of objectivism I've come across. I really liked the ARI book, The Moral Case for Abortion. Oh, by Ben Baer? I think it must be that one, because that's the only one I think they've done. ARI had a video that did already address Michael Huemer's list of list of objections, says Audrey. I don't remember that one. Did they mention him by name? Oh, was this one? I remember for a while ARI was publishing a series of videos discussing objections to objectivism, and maybe Michael Huemer's objections were part of that series. I guess Ayn Rand liked the Serenity Prayer even though it had its origins in mysticism. Right. A lot of religion value in quotes can be boiled down to the principle that a broken clock is right twice a day. Value can be gained in spite of religion, that is, doesn't require religion to gain these values. All right, well, that's the end of the chat. And there were earlier ones I didn't read yet. I've been focused more on the later part of the chat, where people who I know are still here live. I want to give them some priority. So I could go back to earlier in the chat, but some of those people might no longer be here. All right, it's 8:05 my time. Do I want to keep going or should I end the stream? Maybe I should do a shorter than usual stream today. I usually go till about 9:15-ish Pacific. But maybe I'll end earlier today. All right, Stephen is asking about song names. Would you be able to identify 8 songs with a flowering plant in its name? Pop songs in a name that tune round. Okay. That's not sure I want to go that direction right now. Let me see if I got some more philosophical chats. Let me just take a quick look earlier. Oh yeah, there were a lot of chats from this guy who tried to call in. Night of Kadash. New chatter, I think. Looks like he might be religious. Okay, I think I've seen most of these chats before. All right, I can only... Oh, that's not the top. Sometimes my computer is slow and I can't scroll for a few seconds. Okay, $5 from Steven. Can you help me to say what it means to have spiritual value to trade in a social setting? Can you give me examples? Say what it means to have value to offer in trade and social settings. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Thanks for the super chat. So that's actually a super chat, but Steven paid me through PayPal. That's why it just shows up as a regular chat. But you've got a balance of well, $15 after this. Let me just scroll here a little bit more. This was his first super chat through PayPal. Okay. What it means to have spiritual value to trade in a social setting. Oh, you say actually this is a duplicate of the one you just found. So back to 15. I thought you started today at 25. And then you asked, well, let me confirm. Yeah, according to my records, you started at $25 today. And then you asked one, which for $5. Forget what that was about. Oh yeah, Ayn Rand essay for inspiration. And that brought it down to 20. And then now you're asking one for $5, so that brings it down to 15. Does that sound right? Well, I could start answering this. Can you help me say what it means to have spiritual value to trade in a social setting? Well, friendship is an example of a spiritual value. Well, I mean, it could have material components, but Stephen says yes, right? Okay. But I think at least a large component of friendship is the spiritual aspect of it. Meaning, it's not primarily about getting some material value. Like you're not. Oh my! I got to refresh my chat. It's sometimes it crashes. Like when you go into a store and you buy a new shirt or a new pair of shoes or some food, you can call all those material values, but you're not getting something like that when you have a friendship. It's not something you can hold in your hand and take it home with you and put your friendship in a drawer, right? It's not a material object like that, but you still get some kind of value from it. And but you take pleasure in the character of another person. I think Rand thinks of it in that sort of way. You take pleasure in their character, or their sense of life, their attitude towards the world, their personality. So these are non-material sorts of values you get. So Rand calls those spiritual values. And what does it mean to have spiritual value? I think inspiration is at least one kind of spiritual value you could get in a social setting. Like there's that line in Atlas Shrugged, the greatest gift one man can give to another is the sight of an achievement. Plot spoiler. So I think this was this on in the section on the John Galt line. So people were cheering it on, standing by the sides of the railroad, and they hadn't been. It's not like money was falling from the sky. They were provided with bread and circuses. Well, maybe circuses is actually, because circuses, it's kind of an entertainment value, but it gives you someone doing something great, like building the John Galt line. It provided spiritual fuel. It wasn't just that, oh, now we've got a new method of transportation, and that was the end of it. There was something deeper about the value that it gave. I think this comes at a time when the country is collapsing and people are losing hope and asking, who is John Galt, in a kind of despairing way. And then there's this blast of a achievement, this amazing new thing, this new metal has been invented, and it's now being used for the first time, and it enables the train to travel at speeds that trains haven't been able to reach before, and it's revolutionizing transportation. And there's a metaphysical component to it. It's like, wow, this really illustrates that human beings are efficacious and can deal with reality. It's not hopeless. We are a being who can survive, and it might give people a kind of not exactly self-esteem, but insofar as you can have like self-esteem for your species, like, wow, my species did this thing, even if I didn't personally do it. Hank Rearden did it, or Dagny Taggart did it, but it can give you some hope about the kind of being you are by seeing that others who are also that kind of being are able to do these amazing things, and it might inspire you to accomplish things in your own life. And they haven't handed you something like a pair of shoes you can take home, but they've given you a vision of what is possible, and that can serve as spiritual fuel for you in your own life. So that's an example of a fictional example of what it would mean to say, or what it would mean to have or provide spiritual value in a social setting. And I guess if there's a trade, you say what it means to have spiritual value to trade in a social setting. Well, I think the appreciation that Rearden and Dagny get from that is the other end of this. So they provide something to other people, the site of an achievement, and other people provide them with congratulations, applause, thanks. But they also provide each other with something. The scene that happens right after the first run of the John Galt line. There's an intimate scene between Rearden and Dagny. Again, I said plot spoiler before all of this, so you might want to tune me out. And it's a very spiritual act, what they do. But it's mistakenly seen by one of them as a low-grade materialistic kind of act. But, that character has to learn, and does learn in the course of the novel, the spiritual meaning of what they do. And that's a kind of trade they have with each other. They both provide each other with spiritual value, but it's expressed materially in sex. So those are some examples. So I've mentioned friendship, the site of an achievement, sex. In the case of romantic partners, I mean, if it's like prostitution, that wouldn't involve spiritual trade, except of maybe a degraded kind of spirit, like Lillian and James Taggart in Atlas Shrugged. They get together and they revel in their nihilism or anti-value souls. What it means to have spiritual value to trade. Well, you have to get the value to trade, you have to develop your character. So if you want to be worthy of friendship or worthy of romantic love, you need to develop a certain kind of spirit, a certain kind of soul, and practice the virtues of objectivism, rationality, independence, integrity, honesty, productiveness, pride. And if you develop your own soul into one that embodies those virtues, then I think you create in yourself, you're a being of self-made soul, and you've created spiritual value in yourself to then trade with others. Then you can be recognized for your virtues and attract other people to you who admire those virtues. Okay, does that answer your question? You say yes, right. Oh, I guess maybe that was just about the dollar amount. Okay. Well, you can let me know if you want to follow up on any of that, but hopefully that at least somewhat addressed what you're asking about. All right, looks like we might have a troll there in the chat. I'm not sure what to make of that. He did one chat, and I don't see any more from him. I think that was pretty good, says Steven. Okay. Good to hear. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for your super chat. All right. Well, maybe that's a good note to end on. We can make that question about the spiritual value the finale for today. All right. Well, as usual, I stream every 5 days, so unless something comes up to get in the way of that, I will likely do a stream on Wednesday, May 27th. That would be the next one. So thanks everyone for being here. I see another one just came in from Steven. I was about to wrap up, but let me read this one from Steven. It says, so can a person who has been immoral his whole life fix his character starting tomorrow? I guess it always depends on what he has to fix. Well, and I don't think he could completely change his nature overnight. It takes time, but he could start right now. Like you make the fundamental choice we face is the choice to focus our minds or not. And that's something we can do many times a day. And you can always go out of focus or drift or maintain your state of focus. And you can at any moment keep your mind in focus. Another way of looking at it is have your reason in charge as opposed to just following your emotions. Follow your reason, and then I think you'll, as a result, have healthier emotions. But you can immediately start doing that. But if someone has been immoral his whole life, then I think there will be many errors he has to uproot, many wrong ideas that have been embedded in his psychology. And neurologically, I guess your brain has to get rewired. I think there's and that takes time. There's all kinds of connections that are made in your brain as a result of how you use or misuse your mind, depending on whether you're in focus or out of focus, whether you're run by reason or emotion. And it takes time to redo the architecture of your brain and rewire it. Get the neurons to synapse in different ways. I mean, I take it this is what's going on biologically, but that's a scientific issue. But I think we can know just introspectively, even if we're not neurologists, that it takes time to undo habits, undo certain ways of thinking. But you say starting. Can a person who has been immoral his whole life fix his character starting tomorrow? Well, you can start tomorrow. You can start today. You can start right now. But I don't think the process will be complete tomorrow or next week. It could take years. And I think it's not like it's all or nothing. I think it's a gradual process. And the longer you work at it, the better your character becomes. If you think of your character as like a habituated manner of acting, second nature, that's, I think, a term Aristotle used. Your first nature is what you're just given biologically. There's no choice about that. But then your second nature is the kind of character you build into yourself over time through your choices throughout your life. And you can't change your first nature, what's given to you biologically. Although even there's some things you can do, like you can get plastic surgery, gene editing with medical technology. Maybe you can even change your first nature, what Aristotle called your first first nature these days, to some extent at least. But your second nature, that is the kind of character you develop through your own choices, you can change that. And the longer you make an effort to change it, the more change you can get as a result. So maybe you can't develop a soul like John Galt's in a week or a month or a year, but you can at least do the essential actions that he does. You can focus your mind, and the results of that will get better and better. Will make your character better and better the longer you do it. And yeah, the bigger the thing is you have to fix. You say, I guess it always depends on what he has to fix. Yeah, the bigger the problem is to fix, then the longer it's going to take. Like if you have a thoroughly corrupt soul, if you've been a lifelong evader like James Taggart, you're going to have to do a lot more work. It's going to take you a lot longer than someone like Hank Reardon, who's made some mistakes here and there, but he's not a committed evader like James Taggart is. So yeah, I agree. It depends on what you have to fix. $12 likes. All right. Thanks. Appreciate that. All right. Any other chats going to squeak in here before I wrap up the show? Okay, so as I said, I think I'll probably stream again in 5 days, as usual. Wednesday, the 27th. So until then, have a good next 5 days. Trying to navigate to my closeout screen here. Here we go. All right. Oh, somebody's ringing the phone right now. Someone's trying to call in. Let me just see what the number is. I was just about to end. All right. I don't recognize this number. But should I screen the call? I guess you don't hear that. I guess he hung up. I actually tried to pick it up, but maybe I wasn't quick enough. All right, I'll give you a minute to call back. If you want to, you can try calling back in, and maybe I'll do a quick call. At least if it doesn't seem to be a troll. In the meantime, I'm going to make sure all my scenes are muted. Looks like they are. All right, I'm giving you 1 minute to try calling back in if you want. Forty seconds left. I think that's the latest in the show I've had someone try to call in. I was just like within 5 seconds of hitting the button that says in stream, and then I heard it start ringing. All right, you got 10 seconds left. All right. Time is up. All right, well, you can try calling in the next show. Okay, now I am going to end. Okay, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for all the super chats, the super stickers, the regular chats, and likes, subscribes, comments, shares. Thanks for all of that, and thanks if you're listening to this later. I do appreciate it. Okay, bye everyone. See you next time.